just because it's like a free for all. Everybody just does what they need to do and traffic just keeps on flowing. It's pretty wild to see. Here we sit in traffic all day long.
Yeah.
How long have you been in Newfoundland for? Just 1 week?
Yeah, it's over almost 3 weeks.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So it's been good getting caught up with family and friends here, so it's all good.
That's nice. That's a nice timeline for a getaway too.
Yeah.
2 weeks was almost enough.
I've got, I think, grass waiting for me to cut when I get home.
I'm sure of that. Oh, that reminds me, I need my cards too.
Yeah, this is also engineering.
There we go.
Yeah, it's like the flow because you guys were anything.
We're having a few technical quirks here, guys, so we'll be with you in a minute. Okay.
Good morning, Allison.
It's just the camera from Chambers. We got it all fixed and then now it's decided to be moody.
No, that's not necessary.
Okay.
I can see one anyway.
Should I be receiving audio?
We're not
At the moment,
able to connect. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
at the moment, I don't think anybody's speaking. We're just waiting for the camera in Chambers to come on. They're having a little bit of technical difficulties, and once that occurs, then the meeting will start.
Thank you.
No problem at all.
Bless you.
Morning, Dan. Morning, Mark. Morning, Wanda.
Morning.
Morning.
What's the weather like in Newfoundland?
Overcast at about 9 this morning.
Oh, same as here.
Yep. Overall, pretty good weather considering the time of year.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Sorry for the delay. I'm Judith Cox, Deputy Mayor of Severn Township. I'm chairing today. Welcome and good morning. Today there is one non-statutory public information meeting and one statutory public meeting regarding proposed development applications in accordance with the Planning Act. I am pleased to advise that this is being broadcast live on the Township's YouTube channel, where a recording of this meeting will be available. Notice of the meetings was sent by first-class mail to all property owners within 120 meters, 400 feet of the subject properties. Signage was also posted on the subject properties to provide information about the application. The purpose of the meeting is to introduce the applications, provide the public and the Planning and Development Committee with an opportunity to ask questions and make comments to be taken into account during the review of the applications. The first non-statutory public meeting is for the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 4331 Uhthoff line. An associated draft plan of subdivision application has also been submitted to the County of Simcoe. The second statutory public meeting will follow at 11 o'clock for proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 5719 Upper Big Chute Road. The format for both non-statutory public information meetings and statutory public meetings is as follows. The applicant and/or their agent will generally explain the purpose and the effect of the applications. Second, the township staff can provide further information and clarify any statements of the applicant and/or their agent. Next, the public will be permitted to ask questions and express views on the proposal, and then the public portion of the meeting will be closed. And lastly, the members of this committee will be given the opportunity to ask questions for clarification on the proposal and provide comments. At the conclusion of the meetings, the applicant, their agent, and if required, township staff will be given the opportunity to respond to the questions and comments received. It is important to remember that no decisions will be made today on either applications. Following this meeting, the information obtained, including the questions and comments submitted by the members of the public and committee, will assist the county, the township, and the applicant's team to determine the next steps and finalize the peer reviews of the information submitted. Once the township and county are satisfied with the information provided by the applicant and their consultants, a statutory public meeting will be scheduled respecting 4331 Uhthoff line, or recommendation report will be brought forward to council for consideration respecting 5719 Upper Big Chute Road. The township is the approval authority for the proposed zoning bylaw amendments. If in the future the County of Simcoe, who is the approval authority for the official plan amendment applications and the draft plan of subdivision applications, and/or the Township Council make a decision on the applications by adopting recommendations from this committee, members of the public who have provided oral or written submissions but disagree with the decisions may be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, under the Planning Act. Individuals attending today's meeting in person or by YouTube, Zoom, or telephone may email or call the township's planning department to submit contact information to receive notice of decisions on the application. The first non-statutory public meeting for 4331 Uhthoff line, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. I now call upon the applicant, Ben Jones from Outlive Communities, together with the applicant's agents, Rachelle, Larocque, a planner from the Pecuniary group, close enough, and Brittany Robertson, an engineer from Crozier, to please present the information provided within the agenda package and explain the purpose and the effect of the applications. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council, members of the public. I'm Ben Jones from Live Communities. Rachelle and Brittany are part of our consulting team for this project. They'll get into a lot more of the details on this application, but before we dive in, I want to give a high-level overview of our thinking, our vision, and some of the context behind this application. So this slide here is a rendering of our initial submission. This is the same as presented to the public at previous neighborhood information sessions that we've held. And I want to highlight before we get into it that this is an ongoing process, and we regard it at least as a conversation with the township, with members of the public, and with the various stakeholders. We're at the start of a planning process that will take us some time to be able to come to an appropriate conclusion. There's a lot of detail and a lot of work that's gone into this to date. There's a lot more yet to go. And so we're happy to be working with the township and the members of the public on this. We can go to the next slide, please. We have what we've been calling a threefold vision for these lands. Firstly, we intend to create a new golf-centered residential community. This is not on the entirety of the golf course lands, but a portion of the golf course lands. So we do intend to keep kind of a championship 18-hole course available with an upgraded event space and clubhouse as well. So those two pieces will go hand in hand together to enhance the golf experience and to also provide new residential opportunities for current residents of Severn and future residents of Severn. We also want to take this opportunity to preserve and enhance some of the key natural heritage features that we have on the site. And in particular, the Silver Creek corridor, which runs through the middle of the site. This will be happening through preservation, renaturalization of those lands. And the intention is that those will be available for public use going forward. So putting these three things together, we think we have the opportunity to make something really quite special that is made in Severn, that is in Severn, that is for Severn. New residences in a variety of styles and sizes to serve a wide variety of people. Preservation of natural heritage, making it accessible to the broader public and ensuring that these key natural features are retained and protected and enhanced for future generations. And also to leverage those improvements to bring a new, more improved golf experience, a new, more improved event center experience, because we know that Hawk Ridge is today already a significant part of the community. We want to build on that and improve it going forwards. As I mentioned, there's a larger group working on this. We have traffic, we have ecology, we have hydrogeology, geotechnical, urban design, golf design, consultants who've all inputted on this design, and their reports are all part of the package that's available to the public. We have a website. If anyone wants that, come and see me. But I'm going to hand it over to Rachelle, who's going to take us through some of the planning details on this application.
Thank you, Ben. So just a bit of information about the property. The total size is about 125 hectares, which is 310 acres, give or take. The golf course is 83 hectares or 205 acres. Parklands, trails, and environmental areas will occupy about 24 hectares, which is about almost 60 acres. And the residential component of the redevelopment will be about 23 hectares or about 56 acres. And so from this plan, you can see that we've tried to create pockets of residential while still maintaining an 18-hole golf course, redesigning it, and really creating a community that is integrated with both the natural area and the golf course to make a cohesive development area. Next slide. So what are we looking at building as part of this residential development? We're looking at between 187 to 379 single detached dwellings, but 210 to 380 townhouse dwellings, and 81 to about 120 golf villas or stacked townhouses. And those would be situated throughout the development. So to provide what the colors on the map are, the yellow are the low density residential. So those are your single detached. The light orange are the standard townhomes. So they would be on public streets. They would be freehold, which means you own the entire lot and you front on a public street. And then the golf villas, those stacked townhomes, are the areas in red, pink. And those are situated at kind of the entryways to the development. And as you can see, we're looking at creating a road network that connects to Uhthoff Line and Hurlwood Lane. Next slide. So the property boundary is just outlined in red, so you can see how much land is there, where it connects to other areas, and then where the bounds of our development are. Next slide. And then to just provide more context, this dark green area is that 83 hectares or 200 acres that's going to remain as golf course. We've situated the development so that any of those existing residents on Hawk Ridge Crescent won't be impacted by the future residential use in terms of having backyards still backing onto golf course rather than backing on to future residential uses. And as Ben had identified, the clubhouse will be staying. Next slide, please. So the new residential areas are now highlighted, and you can see how we've created pockets of the residential, maintaining the Silver Creek corridor that runs through the site. As part of the design and as part of conversations that we had with township staff in the past, we have created a road that will have to cross Silver Creek. That was put in at the request to ensure that there are two accesses to provide safety and security for residents. Should something happen at one access point, you can still get out of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So in designing the development and working with Liv, we've provided and created some concepts for what the future houses in the development would look like. And we're mainly looking at, for the singles and the street towns, a more traditional style that will be consistent with the existing neighborhood. The golf villas or stacked townhomes will be slightly more modern, but will still keep that theme of traditional building style, having peaked roofs, having visible windows, perhaps balconies, to still tie into that traditional nature of the community while providing additional forms of housing. Next slide, please. So as part of the development as well, a key component is the creation of parks and open space. So we've created a system of parks throughout, many times adjacent to the natural heritage block that is Silver Creek. As part of the development, we are looking at enhancing that corridor. Currently, Silver Creek, which runs through this area, is part of the golf course, and it's heavily manicured, mowed up to the edge. What we'd be looking at doing is providing planting to create a more naturalized space, create a walking path that's accessible to all future residents as well as current residents, which is a standard best practice in many municipalities that provides a designated and identified area for residents to take advantage of these natural areas while staying outside of the most sensitive areas. It provides them a space to have linear recreational infrastructure. Next slide, please. So these are just high-level concepts of what some of the parks could look like. Through a detailed design later, we would be working with the township to identify what type of facilities that they'd be looking at in parks. At this point, we've looked at the ability to put multi-use courts on the property, splash pads, just passive recreation area within the park. But this is, again, at a very preliminary stage in the process. So what the full build out of these parks will look like has not been determined yet. Next slide, please. So this is just a high-level rendering of what some of these park lands could look like, with passive areas, with a trail running through it. We want this to be a community that people stay in and grow in and can live as well as recreate in. Next slide. And again, just another visual of what it will look like. Next slide. And this is just more of a high-level design of showing what Silver Creek could look like with the houses on either side, with that naturalized buffer and a trail running along the edge. Next slide, please. So in the wider community context, there are additional developments nearby. Area 3 is a development within the township of Severn, and it has approximately 300 units that will be developed. Inch Farm is a development within the city of Orillia, and it has about 350 residential units, being a mix of towns and singles, to be developed. And it's also worth pointing out that there is a new collector road that is going to be constructed that will run between Orillia and the township of Severn, which will connect Burnside line to Uhthoff line in the future. And that's part of the requirements of both Inch Farm and Area 3. So there will be that additional connection, and that is will be constructed to be a primary road connection to accommodate high volumes of traffic. The connection as part of this development from Pearlwood to Uhthoff line, that's intended to be a local street, a community street that's built to accommodate local traffic. And as part of the overall design, and I'm sure that Brittany will get into it in more detail, is to have traffic calming measures implemented. So whether it be traffic circles, bump outs, there's a whole host of implementation tools that we can put into the road design to ensure that collector traffic or high volume traffic uses the appropriate road network, and that Pearlwood Lane extension is not used as a cut through because it doesn't save any time. Next slide, please. And so this is just the collector road in more detail. Next slide, please. So to get to, I guess, a bit more of the planning background details, the property is highlighted in red, and as you can see, it's identified in green on the map. And next slide. Oh, I'm a slide behind. Well, if you can go one slide forward. Perfect. Thank you. And then one next slide. Perfect. So the reason that we're here, we have applied for applications for official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision. And the applications have for official plan amendment has been to redesignate the property from open space to open space, environmental protection, and countryside residential. It's worth noting that the designation on the golf course area that will remain is not being requested to change. The environmental protection area is the area that includes Silver Creek, as well as any of the other areas that have been identified by our environmental team as being significant for protection. The amendment to the Township of Severn zoning bylaw is to rezone the property from recreational commercial to recreational commercial, which will remain, that's the golf course land, environmental protection or EP, and residential. And there'll be a range of uses in that residential zone to recognize the singles, townhouses, and the stacked townhouses. As this is the beginning of the process, future work with township staff will be required to identify what the appropriate zone category and any required modifications to the zone are. And the application for the draft plan of subdivision is to create the lots, to create the blocks, to create the natural heritage block, which will be a block on the plan, as well as to create blocks for parklands, any infrastructure, and to create that road network that we've spoken about. And I guess one thing worth pointing out, because I know that this is early in the process and we have received questions as to how can we make this application. The Planning Act allows us to make and allows any property owner to make an application to change any designation, any zone, and apply for land division on their land. It's the responsibility of council to make a decision with respect to that. And in addition to the applications, we've held 2 open houses with residents and neighbors to the development, and we look forward to the continued work with that neighborhood in terms of the planning and in terms of questions that they may have, as well as working with the township. And I will pass it over to Brittany for the information on the civil design.
Thank you very much. Good morning, council, staff, and members of the public. As Rachelle has introduced, I am a civil engineer that's responsible for the servicing, stormwater management, and with my team, the transportation and hydrogeology work that has been done on this site so far. I'm happy to present to you the information we've brought today and do my best to answer any questions or provide follow-up questions after this meeting. So from a civil overview, this slide has been presented to identify the major things we've started looking at this point in the game. As Ben has identified, this is a very early step. Typically, these studies start at the functional level. So can we service it? Can the roads accommodate the transportation? Can we have stormwater management controls put in place that will ensure that we don't have a negative impact on the environment? So that's the level of studies that we've done so far. From an engineering perspective, this is a very first step. From this step, we go through multiple iterations of both environmental assessment work that is yet to be completed and is required, as well as detailed design work that is to be completed. And all of those things need to be done to not only the municipal standards, but also various levels of approval throughout the regional level, the provincial level, and all of those will need to be obviously approved and permitted before any construction could occur on the site. So today I'm going to be going over stormwater management, what we have proposed on the site to ensure that we meet both quality and quantity controls and actually enhance the site from a stormwater management perspective significantly as it pertains to the runoff that's currently entering the Silver Creek. We have undertaken floodline mapping. So the Silver Creek does have a floodplain associated with it. Given the passive use of a golf course, currently the golf course goes right up to the edge of the creek. That is not something that would occur in a future development scenario. We would need to map out that regulatory limit and obviously create the blocks to establish protections around that floodplain and enhance it from a natural heritage perspective. We have come up with an internal water and sanitary servicing strategy for the property to provide full municipal services to the proposed future development. We do know very well that there is an ongoing master servicing plan that the municipality is undertaking through their consultant Civica, and we have been actively working with them throughout this process. All of our conclusions are in line with the work and the feedback that we've received from them so far, which has led us to further support the conclusion that a standalone servicing solution would be required for this portion of town. The current municipal servicing in the township of Severn cannot be expanded to accommodate this area. And this secondary plan would require a made in Severn servicing solution from scratch. So that is what we're proposing here. That will include, of course, water and wastewater treatment facilities, municipal wells, water storage. So I have a few slides to go over those things. And from a transportation perspective, we've also looked very closely at the development accesses, the transportation and trips that would be generated by this subdivision. That has been compiled in a transportation impact study that looks at both the existing development in the area, the other proposed developments in the area, background growth rates just to grow that traffic naturally over the next 20 years, as well as all of the trips that could potentially be generated by this subdivision. Those reports will be required to not only be submitted to the municipality and their peer review, but also the MTO, which is typically the most stringent level of review that you would deal with in these cases. So I can assure everybody that all of those standards would need to be followed and that those reviews would be adequately undertaken by multiple different agencies. As Rachelle indicated, we also have a Silver Creek crossing proposed. And I know that this is something that people may have strong feelings on. From a transportation engineering perspective, a crossing is required for a community of this nature. Even the current units that exist that only have one access in and out, that is something that we typically would like to avoid, not only from a site circulation perspective, but also from a safety and an emergency vehicle perspective. If you ever had something that was blocking one access, you want to have multiple accesses to any given neighborhood in a community. This will be very different than the arterial road, though. So we have a golf community that we are looking to design. We have homes that would be fronting on this. You would have street parking. There are various transportation calming measures that can be implemented within the right-of-way. All of those subject, of course, to ongoing review of standards with the municipality and detailed design. But given the fact that we will have an arterial road running immediately parallel to this site, there is no logical reason that somebody would go through a residential neighborhood, all of the stop signs, all of the various speed limit reductions to cut from one side to the other when they have an arterial road that they could use in a much more efficient manner. Next slide, please. I think we went a little bit farther. I'm looking for the stormwater management slide, possible. Could be back. Thank you. Okay, so stormwater management. The site currently has 2 stormwater management pond blocks that are proposed within the draft plan. Right now, when water hits any surface that is impermeable or we have large rainfall events, that water then runs off over the land into the receiving water course. That could include any pesticides or any fertilizers that are currently on a golf course. It could include any waste and essentially no treatment is in place in most cases. When you do a new subdivision design, we need to meet both quality and quantity control standards. So from a quality perspective, we have a treatment train that would be implemented to make sure that the water that is exiting the stormwater management facility is clean water. In this particular case, we'll also have thermal mitigation that will need to be designed within those ponds to make sure that we're meeting the temperature requirements of the Silver Creek as it is a cold water fishery. Those things are not in place today. From a quantity control, we also need to capture that runoff and release it at the same rate that it would be going naturally. So you won't have a big rush of water because we've created more impermeable surfaces. And all of that is going to be done through the detailed design process in conjunction with both the municipality, their peer reviewers, as well as the various permitting agencies that we will need to get approval on those designs from. Next slide, please. Thank you. From a water perspective, we are proposing a new municipal water system that would be established through a series of wells that would be designed and constructed to municipal servicing standards. We've done a test well investigation over the last number of years and identified that we believe that there is a sustainable source that could be accessed to provide the municipal drinking water supply. That source would then need to be treated through a treatment facility. We would also need to introduce storage facilities to make sure that we have fire flows and adequate pressure in the system. And all of that would be done, again, through an environmental assessment that would be required, as this is a new treatment facility that has not started yet, and all of the work associated with it would, of course, be another public process. From a wastewater perspective, we've also identified that we have the need for a new wastewater treatment plant on this property to service municipal development in this area. We've commenced an assimilative capacity study with an environmental consultant, which is currently monitoring the Silver Creek to understand better what that receiver would be able to process in terms of an effluent distribution, as well as setting the criteria for the different nutrient management strategies that would need to be achieved by any treatment train. So that is an ongoing study that we have almost at the finish line. That would form one piece of the environmental assessment, which again would be required to implement a new wastewater treatment system like this. That would be a public process subject to not only municipal review and approval, but various other authorities, including the province. Next slide, please. Once we have our water and wastewater systems established through the environmental assessment process, this site would be designed to full municipal standards, meaning urban cross-section roads that have full water and wastewater connections for every unit that would be proposed. As I've discussed, there would be various other municipal infrastructure blocks that would be required, as shown in pink on this slide, including treatment plants, storage, and a pump house for the water to meet those pressures. Next slide, please. And this is just the transportation slide. I know we've touched on it a number of times, but again, the crossing has been evaluated in a couple of locations once we established that it was required. We feel that the proposed crossing to the southern block is the best location. That's from both a distance perspective. It has the shortest crossing through the environmental protection area, as well as a site circulation perspective. That corridor would also facilitate servicing connections for proper looping and an effective engineering design for water and sanitary. There will also be development accesses along Uhthoff line, as well as the connection off of Pearlwood Lane. So the Uhthoff line connections proposed are one connection in the pink block. It's the Gulf Villas block, as well as two connections on Uhthoff line through the block that's a little further up on Uhthoff line. All of these access points have also been evaluated through the transportation impact study that was undertaken to understand the transportation controls that may be required, any improvements to the boundary road network, and make sure that the existing community is still functioning at acceptable levels of services on these roads. Next slide, please. I believe that is the end of the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have. Thank you.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh. Does the Township's planning consultant, Jamie Robinson from MHBC Planning, have anything further to add to the materials and information presented by the applicant and their agents?
Madam Chair, I don't have anything else to add at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the Township's planning, nope, move on. Could the Township's Director of Planning and Development please summarize any additional correspondence that has been submitted on this application after the agenda was published?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the publishing of the agenda, we've received a May 16th letter from Amanda Newlove of Jones Consulting. Ms. Newlove writes on behalf of her clients, Silver Springview Estates, Charter Development LP and GP, and Markrich Homes Limited. We also have an audio clip from Mr. John Pfeiffer that was included in the email. And finally, a May 20th letter from Bill McKenzie and Lisa James. Thank you.
And just for the public's information, all these correspondences will be given to the applicant and the township staff to look at. Thank you. Does the applicant or their agents wish to provide any further information on the application or in response to the correspondence? Yep. Thank you very much. Does the township's planning consultant have any further to add at this time?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So now we go to the public questions and comments. Any person present in person, on Zoom, or the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered participant first. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have any ability to edit the live stream to remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. We will start with a presentation from Mr. Don Bromett. Excuse me, is that the proper way to say your name? Bromett, thank you. On behalf of selected residents within the Hawk Ridge community, which has been included in the agenda. Mr. Bromett, please bring forward to the podium and the township staff will bring your presentation up on the screen for you. We would ask the applicant and their agents to please pass the microphone over. And they did. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. It's Don Bromett. I'm at 1240 Hawk Ridge Crescent, resident here. Thank you all for hosting this non-mandatory public meeting. I think it shows that you care and that you have some understanding of the seriousness of this matter. To respect your time and fit the time that we've been allotted, I'm not going to read all my slides and notes because you already have those in your possession. But there are basically two parts to our presentation. First is a general overview, which is more of a personal perspective. And the other one is to focus on the actual components of the official plan that in our point of view affect this decision. Next slide, please. So who are we? I see we have it up with speaker notes. So it's very small. Anyway, so we're residents of Hawk Ridge. We have about 87% of our residents have participated in our questions, and they all have the shared concern. It's been suggested that we try not to get emotional and stick to facts, and quite frankly, find it difficult to do so when someone comes along, excuse me, getting over a cold, to fundamentally change the neighborhood that you've chosen to live in. We all live here, and we've all moved here to enjoy the outside, the freedom of trees and open space, and we see that being attacked. Next slide. We appreciate that there's a need for housing in our province and also in our community here. We do not see this as the solution. As a council, we believe that you have an opportunity to make the right decision for Severn. Just as a quick aside, I used to live in the Unionville area and saw something similar take place down there. And the huge difference between here and there is there was existing infrastructure to support what was going on. Next slide, please. So common sense has to prevail. It's one of the foundations of what we think should take place here, common sense. And common sense tells us that you should deny these applications. And we're going to try to show you why that is the case. So why should you oppose? We believe that this development doesn't fit into Severn as it currently stands. Take a look up at Serenity Bay. Drive up and see what Liv has put in there. Multiply that by 5 just for the Hawkridge development. Add the stacked townhouses. So it's critical that you, the public, as well as council, take time to read section 19 of the official plan, and particularly the secondary plan that applies specifically to Hawkridge Area 4. And you'll see that this development violates, right, the OP. This plan will ravage the environment. You're going to see a picture of clear-cut forest filled in wetlands, paved over natural green space, and destroyed water tables. Look at the proposed designs that Liv has put up on the screen today, or up at Serenity Bay. There is no compatibility with the existing residents. They talk about compatibility with the golf course and the natural environment, but they forgot to mention type of housing and the styles of the existing residents. Liv also claims to want to build a world-class golf community. I've traveled the world extensively in my business, and I've been in many, many world-class golf communities, and I've never seen stacked townhouses called golf villas. Think about the thousands of cars that will be coming into this community. The traffic nightmares, the little quiet street called Rowood Lane will have to be renamed. It won't be a lane anymore. It'll be a major thoroughfare. There is no infrastructure here. There are no services, and there's frankly no accountability if it all goes wrong. We used to say in business that hope is not a strategy. I hear a lot of hope and wishful thinking that the water's going to work and the treatment plant's going to work. Hope is not a strategy. So as a council, you have a clear role as defined by the official plan, and that is to protect your constituents and your community. The decision you make will become your legacy. Now, next 2 slides, I'm going to give you a broader context of what we see going on in the community. If you could move on to the next slide, please. There we go. Hold it down lower. That side. Voice. This is important. I'm sure your department has mentioned the concept of principal of usage. The principal of usage, as I've put up here on the board for you to see, is for planners. This is the first things we take a look at. And the official plan is the guideline that council must follow. It's the guideline that developers must follow. Plan. Next slide, please.
Give me 1 second.
That's all right. Okay. Using up bandwidth.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No.
Your Zoom people.
Member Taylor, Member Minnings, Member Jansen, can you hear me? Okay, so it's just the cordless mic you can't hear. Okay, give me.
Can you hear Allison?
Yeah. No. No, we can't hear that.
Counselor Taylor, can you hear me? Can you hear the microphone?
We can hear you, Allison. We can't hear the microphone.
How do you feel about sit over my house?
Whoa. Does it go up? No, it doesn't. Okay, there we go. Can we hear this now?
Yeah.
Everybody's up?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Can we go to the next slide, please? And there we go. Thank you. So one of the things I've asked you to do, along with the principle of usage, is to consider the holistic or excessive or unplanned growth for this particular area. Rachelle touched on this with her map and was kind enough to point out that there's other developments going on in this area. So Area 3 is a live development. Inch Farm is a live development, right? I've just found out that just north of us, there's a kind of a gray area up in the top right-hand corner. Wait, oh, there's typically, it's not working. On the top right-hand corner, there's a gray area, and they've just started clearing property up there. And it's a fairly large parcel. It's even bigger than Area 3, which is owned by a local landowner for development purposes. Although applications haven't been submitted, destruction of houses and sheds and so on have begun. So there's another huge component bordering on Burnside. So there's another area it's known as Area 2 up there, which is interesting. But if you look at the number of cars that are being suggested, the number of people, the number of residential units that are coming into this particular area, any of you that work here or any of you that live in this particular area, right, we have an advantage in that you travel these roads, right? And I just yesterday left this community and was nearly broadsided by an aggregate truck going through a red light. It takes 3 or 4 lights to get off of northbound Highway 11 onto Burnside, as it is. That's today, right? If you travel from here along Murphy and come out to Murphy Highway 12, right, you can't get through there because of the McDonald's and Walmart traffic, right? And so we talk about an arterial road coming into this particular area. Believe me, all right, when you get the traffic coming out of Area 3, right, is going to come onto Hurlwood. The arterial road comes out on Hurlwood, right? People are going to be taking shortcuts. So the hope and wish is they take the arterial road, right? Years from now, when this all comes to fruition, I will put my money on the fact that they'll be coming through Hurlwood. But you're going to change Hurlwood from a little quiet country lane, right, dead-ended, right, into a major thoroughfare connecting the West Bridge right over to the Canadian Tire, up into this new development along Burnside Division. So that's why you have to look at this beyond just Hawkridge. Look at what's it's doing to the community. Next slide, please. So I'm going to now focus on Hawkridge. That's why we're here today in Area 4 alone. And again, not going to read all these points to you because you can read faster than I can speak. And I'm not going to recite word for word the specific areas of the official plan. Council's been provided with our notes, and you can now see them on the screen as well, where we actually refer to specific sections. I would like to, just as an aside, clarify, it was stated earlier, but the Severn plan doesn't operate on its own. It comes from the Simcoe plan, right? The Simcoe plan comes from the province, right? So Severn's not acting on its own here. They've spent a lot of time and invested a lot of energy in putting their official plan together. It was just approved on March the 6th with some amendments, but nothing significant that would impact this particular development. I do want to highlight, though, that the official plan is very clear on what can and cannot be built in the Area 4 Hawkridge. Right? Area 4 is not a designated settlement area. That is critical to any official plan. We have designated settlement areas already in place. The official plan says that no settlement areas can be established in Severn because it already has sufficient lands, right, to meet the provincial targets. Hawkridge by itself significantly surpasses the growth targets set by the province for Severn. In fact, the numbers are huge. Hawkridge alone represents 74% of the Severn growth plan for the next 26 years. Think about it, right? This little development. That's 18 times the current density. Big numbers. Next slide, please. The official plan has a definition for countryside residential. Clearly states single family units, not stacked townhouses, and certainly not 60% of all the units being built being townhouses. Right? This is a highly sensitive environmental area, as pointed out. Right? There means far more detailed environmental impact studies have to be done to determine the possible damage. The OP talks about low density, right? It talks about the requirement to blend in, right? Don't see that happening. Next slide, please. We've been told that the applications are deemed complete with whatever standards those might be. But there are key reports, as mentioned, right, that are incomplete in our opinion. Peer reports are missing, other reports that aren't completed, and specifically ones that have concern to us. One is traffic, obviously, just talked about. Think of the number of cars. The OP talks about minimal disturbance. New vehicles coming into a residential community that's being built must have minimal disturbance. I don't know, 1,800 cars just for Hawkridge. Add all the other ones and all the other developments. All of a sudden, you're looking at 3,500, 4,000 cars, 2 per household, right? A couple of trips a day. That's huge traffic coming through here. That is not called minimal disturbance. The environment. It's been talked about. Obviously, lots of work still has to be done there. We're concerned, obviously, runoff from the sewage plant. The fish in Silver Creek, right? We see an environmental disaster waiting to happen. 3,500 cars, 1,800 people, I should say, 1,800 cars, new roads, runoff, you know, all been mentioned, but not dealt with. Next slide, please. You've got it already. Thank you. Hydrological. According to the official plan, the last study done was in 1993. So what proof exists that there's adequate sustainable water here? And sustainable is the key word, right? So whose throat do we choke, right? Not just as residents today, but future residents, whose throat do we choke when that all dries up, right? When it proves that the hope that there's water doesn't come true. Think about it, 900 homes, right? Just in Hawkridge. right? 900 homes, right? Household usage, according to TransCanada of 2021, is 900 liters of water per day. Multiplied times the number of houses just in Hawkridge, right? That's 1 million liters a day consumed and flushed. Next slide, please. Thank you. I think it's council to really recognize the impact on you, the impact on the town, the budgets, the resources, short and long term. You have no infrastructure. There are no services here. There's no resources. There's no budget. You're going to be relying on Orillia, right, for services, schools, hospitals, traffic jams at key intersections like Murphy and Highway 12, right? The new bridge and the intersection they just put in here, right? All of this is already over capacity. Now add all those people and all those cars. It's too much, too soon, too big. Consider the overall, the eventual usage of water and sewage system. Who's going to own that long term? And what's your liability going to be when it all collapses, right? And the expense that's going to get passed on to taxpayers. Next slide, please. Then the impact on the community. We were told to be careful not to appear to be NIMBYs. As I mentioned earlier, we support housing. This is not it. There are key outlines in the official plan that talk about compatibility with the existing community. Didn't hear that once. I heard compatibility with the golf course and the environment in Silver Creek, right? But nobody said, hey, what about the compatibility with existing residents? That's our little community here. Compatibility with the character of surrounding buildings. The impact on livability. It talks about gentle densification, not tearing down an invasion. Next slide, please. So to wrap up, and in conclusion, at the risk of repeating myself, this development doesn't make sense. Right? So Hawkridge, and I'm going to read these out because it's important. It's not a settlement area. No new settlement permitted under the official plan. 74% of your growth target, the 26-year growth target. 1,800 potential cars, 3,600 trips per day, plus the inch farm, plus area 3, now area 2, the arterial road with commercial traffic coming up and down there because that's all zoned commercial or industrial. So Huronne-Wendat becoming a major thoroughfare, impacting livability and safety, possible irreparable destruction to the environment, the water sewage issues, and liability to Severn. So you guys at council, Madam Chair, have an opportunity to direct the development in Severn, and this is not it. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrea, are there any other members of the public registered to speak in person?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a number of folks who registered to be here in person, some of which may wish to speak. So I'll go through.
Yeah, I have to say one thing though first. We ask that if your questions or concerns have already been raised, that you refrain from repeating the same comments as they will be noted in the minutes and will be looked at by both the township and the consultant. Rather, please provide any new or additional comments that you may have, as well as your general support or opposition to the application. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just run through the list of folks that registered for today, and they can indicate if they'd like to speak. And we do have a place here at the table for individuals who wish to speak. So first on our list are John Pfeiffer and Lynne Westerby.
And when you come to speak, can you please give your name and your address, please? Thank you.
Okay. Hey, I've never done this before. Okay. Yeah, good morning. My name's Lynne Westerby. I'm at 5230 Uhthoff line. Oh, 4230. I haven't had the place very long. I just want to thank everybody for being here and sharing this time with me today. I am a very concerned property owner there on Uhthoff line. I oppose this development proposal. I feel for all of you living in this Hurwood Lane neighborhood. You've earned and you deserve to enjoy those peaceful homes and those safe streets that you have now. I'm here to voice the concerns that also pertain to the Uhthoff line neighborhood. It's crucial to understand and manage the effects that the development proposal will have on our natural environment, the Indigenous treaty commitments and their rights, the watershed, the wildlife, trees, plants, traffic, noise, and safety concerns, and the loss of our peaceful country setting. Our communities will become chaotic with the intense density of population growth that is being proposed. Our community voices must be heard and seriously considered. Please do not ignore the concerns of residents, taxpayers, and voters. If you were to take a drive now down Uhthoff line from Division Road toward Walmart, the road is currently closed at Murphy Drive. A very large volume of water is being pumped off the land formerly known as the Inch Farm for the development of an arterial road and high-density residential buildings, including single-family dwellings, townhouses, condos. This is going to create a huge impervious surface. As you drive, you will pass through the headwaters of Silver Creek and see the many ponds and the mature trees and the countless environmental features that will disappear on the golf course and Uhthoff line if this development proposal is approved. What you will no longer see along this drive is the unique cold water stream habitat that used to support wildlife, including brook trout. What this stream needed, according to an MNR biologist, was more shade planted along its shores and a bigger setback from development. Instead, the developers clear-cut 2,400 trees and reduced the setback to build dense housing on both sides, thereby destroying this precious habitat forever. There's a huge pond that runs parallel to the Uhthoff line that provides a whole ecosystem for thousands of living creatures, including spring peepers, wood frogs, salamanders, toads, leopard frogs, dragonflies, damselflies, beetles. That's just to name a few. So many creatures depend on it for food, water, and shelter. It provides staging and breeding areas for migrating fowl. It provides reproduction, safe hiding places, and overwintering areas for amphibians like frogs and salamanders, and insects, dragonflies, damselflies, beetles. It provides habitat for various plants, lily pads. A nature abundant space like this pond with nearby mature trees provides a peaceful place for people to relax, thereby reducing their stress, anxiety, and depression. This pond also catches water runoff, which helps to prevent flooding. It's not isolated, but it's part of the watershed. If this development proceeds, according to the current plan, this pond and these trees will be destroyed and stacked townhouses will be built right in this place. The surface created will be impervious and unable to sustain any life or to absorb any water. The cheerful sleigh bell sounds of the spring peeper frogs, which you will hear calling, will be silenced forever. The environmental planners for development in Orillia should not further contribute to the dark history of past destruction and instead begin setting a good example of responsible and respectful use of our precious green spaces. Please build with the well-being of people, quality of life, wildlife, and the environment as your top priorities. Please deny this application. I have a little quote too. I mean, it is emotional when we're talking about our properties and our homes and our environment. And this little quote, I expect to pass through this world only once. Any good thing, therefore, I can do, or any kindness I can show to any fellow creature, let me do it now. Let me not defer it or neglect it, for I shall not pass this way again.
Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is John Pfeiffer. I reside at 4230 Uhthoff line. Thank you to the Planning Development Council and all those opposed to the live development for giving me the opportunity to speak to you on this matter and how it will affect us and nature. It was winter of January the 30th of 25 when Lynn and I, my fiance, I purchased this beautiful country property of 5 acres across the Uhthoff line from this very large pond on Hawk Ridge Golf Course. We didn't realize how beautiful and full of life it was until the snow and ice melted in the spring. It is home to many frogs, geese, ducks, and many hawks coming to feed and drink from the pond, which is probably why the golf course was named Hawk Ridge. And there's a lot of them out there. Okay, so there are many other types of wildlife, aquatic insects, surface and subsurface, just to name a few. I don't know if any of you people present today here are familiar with an app on the cell phone. It's called the Merlin Bird app. And it's by a Cornell lab of ornithology, and it's a global bird guide. We've recorded 30 different species of birds in our home. I believe it's due to the presence of this pond across the road on the Hawk Ridge Golf Course. I have a recording of the sound of the frogs, which I can play for you so you can hear how alive and abundant they are in and around the pond. I don't know if you want to play that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have the audio recording we're going to load now. Thank you.
And the volume of this sound, when you go out there, when they start at nighttime, the volume of this sound is literally deafening. You have to speak up when you're talking to somebody to get there's so many different types of sounds that you hear, the spring peepers, different types of sounds that are out there anyway. Okay. One of my other concerns is the water table in the area. I heat my home with an open loop geothermal heat pump. Hopefully they're not planning to drain the pond because it will affect my water supply for heating and for my drinking water. Many wells are required to pump the aquifer down to the level suitable to install basement footings prior to construction. Much the same as what they're doing right now at the Inch Farm development, and they've been pumping down there for weeks now. You can just see that 8-inch, 6-inch pipe or something just gushing water out like that continuously, so it's the water table is going to go down, I mean, they need to do that to get their infrastructure in for the deep services so that they can do their work. If the pond is removed, the runoff surface water will have nowhere to drain, so it will back up and cause a flooding problem for my property and the home. If new homes and pavement are placed in the same area where there was a pond, you've just created an impervious situation. Not only will I have a flooding problem, but any new homes placed there or downstream will all continuously have a water flooding problem because it's got nowhere to go. There's another concern I have with the traffic on Uhthoff line. I haven't heard anything addressed about the traffic on Uhthoff line. Everybody's talking about Hurlwood and the subdivision and everything like that. But if you've ever gone down Uhthoff line, you should see the ditches and the stuff that are on this road. It's just, the volume of the traffic, the speed of the cars is a serious concern, with many not obeying the posted speed limit, the current road width, the depth of the ditches, no shoulders, and a steep incline at the edge of the pavement. I've seen many vehicles in the ditch. Serious injuries are definitely going to result. So with the Inch Farm development underway, the traffic patterns changed to fully loaded dump trucks carrying over 20 yards of aggregates. The pictures and the prints on the walls of our home are moving continuously. We have to adjust them because nothing stays the same. Everything's floating because there's so much water in the area. I wonder what's going on with the foundation of my house. The The trucks will damage the roads and the costs of repair will be at the expense of the Severn taxpayers and the developer, what they're going to do about it. You know, there's another traffic concern I need to address is that the Orillia District Snowmobile Club currently has a main trunk trail designated Trail B and has permission to travel approximately 2 kilometers of the Uhthoff line from approximately the entrance at Walker's Pit entrance on the west side of Uhthoff north to just north of Hawkridge property limits. Okay. And I do have a letter here from the Orillia District Snowmobile Club. It's a letter into the Severn Township and Council, and I think it was presented to you. Okay. And if I could read it, I don't know if, okay, it's replanning, plans for the development along Uhthoff line, live developments. The Orillia District Snowmobile Club would like to express its concern for the upcoming proposed developments for the new live developments in the Uhthoff line area. We would like to bring to your attention that we are currently utilizing part of the road allowance for our existing snowmobile trail along Uhthoff line and would like to request they keep this under advisement and allow the trail to continue using the road edge and in behind the houses in the future after the development. We feel we bring a lot of recreation and tourism opportunities to the area this year. Although challenging, was an excellent indication of opportunities and the fabulous area and trails we can offer to the community and travelers alike. I'm not sure if you had a chance to view the Snowmobiler television episode 2025, episode number 9. That was filmed earlier this year in Severn Township, but we hosted the crew for a couple of days and highlighted a good part of the general area. And there's a website and all that they've posted. So if anybody wants to view that, they can see just how much opportunity that they bring. Okay, so and then also he continues and says, if you have any questions or concern, please feel free to reach out to me with many great thanks. Rob Love, he's the president of the Orillia Snowmobile Club. Okay. So, you know, grab that here. Yes, okay. Our last concern I have is with the site drawings presented at the last information meeting from the Live Development Group. They were proposing at the very north end there, like a cul-de-sac type of crescent. And they also have 2 entrances coming onto Uhthoff line. And it doesn't show any direct access into the rest of the subdivision that they're proposing. It's like these homes and the people aren't part of this new community they're building. They need to get access out to Uhthoff line to go into their own subdivision that they're planning to build. You know, so it's this will force all the traffic onto Uhthoff line right in front of my driveway, causing a concern each time I leave my driveway. I'm going to have all these cars and all that I've got to fight with. So if this development is passed, will property owners on Uhthoff line now have the same right to develop their own properties in the same manner as Live is doing? No. So if this proposal of development was done in a way without upsetting or destroying existing ecosystems and the people living within the area, it would be acceptable, but it's not. So I can't support this application in any manner. Thank you very much for listening to what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Andrea?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, we have Mr. Ray Tucker.
Hey, no, I'm good.
We have Bill McKenzie.
Everyone sit here. And I noticed that that's my camera up there. So is this my good side? So I'm going to move this if I can, because I'm trying to address the gentleman that are up there while I'm addressing you, council. So thank you for having us. Thank you for all the wonderful comments. Thank you for great presentation. And I'm looking at members of council here saying, okay, here's the situation. When you have one of these development situations, there are really three participants. Okay, first of all, there are investors who are putting up money and want to build houses and make a profit and run away. That's what they do. That is who pays for these people who made fantastic plans and presentations today. I have a pile, I have read most of their presentations, 300 pages and 200 pages and stuff like that. That's what I do for a living, so at night puts me to sleep. So I'm saying thank you for doing all of that. Wonderful job. But it's all about first participant. I'm here to make money, get my money, and clear out. Number two, let's call it the caretakers or the guardians. That is the council. You folks represent this fantastic community we live in, and everybody's talking about this. I mean, I used the word bucolic. People who ask me where I live, never heard of it. I said, precisely. If you ever want to come up and visit, you'll fall in love and you'll never want to leave. Okay, so that's what we live in. Okay, and then the third one is the owners. Okay, there's two categories of owners here. One is the existing owners. We just heard from an owner. I'm an owner, 1177 Hawkridge, and lots of other owners. And by the sounds of it, we're going to have 900 new owners if all of these plans coagulate and come. Okay, that's a different set of people who are going to have to live with what we're all deciding to do here. Now, I wrote a long paper about all this, but what it really comes down to, we'll be gone, all of us, when the next generation have to sit here and say, oops. Okay, and I always use the example of, you remember there was a guy named Dwight Eisenhower who ran the army that conquered Europe and became president. He had a short saying, which I hope I get right. You always need to have a plan. They never work. Well, Ike, thank you for saving Europe and thank you for making us whole and not having, we have to go to war. But I'm saying that's what we're looking at here. I heard and I read some fantastic stuff, and I was, kudos to planners. You guys are great, and ladies. We expect, we predict, and I had one that I put in the paper here, so I'll try to read it. There's a company name of Crozier who do a lot of work for the group that is trying to help the investors get going here. This report is based on the best judgment in light of the information we have at the time, right now. Hold that thought. Any use by a third party, that would be you, the municipality, me, and even the group that are trying to fix and make money, are the responsibilities of those third parties. We accept no responsibility whatsoever for what we're telling you today. Okay, so let's take a step back and say we have this big pile of reports and they all say, hey, we're doing the best we can. We're guessing that maybe, hopefully, something will work out. But the investors will be long gone, and some of us will be long gone when the next generation are looking at what I will say financial problems, because how many residents are in around here? 15,000? Okay, I'm going to give you some numbers. But at the moment, we have a history, which I put in my paper, that said, I've been here for 30 years. Okay, and we had Angelo is gone, but his dad, Lou, and Peter Manna, Mark Rich Holmes, and they came and they said, here's the plan. I've still got it. Then one day, Lou kind of started to go, I think the plan needs to be changed. Lou, sit down. We like the plan the way it is. We didn't see it eye to eye, so I went to court and I froze the whole subdivision. And Lou came back and said, can we talk? We talked and we made a deal. And the owners that are here, who've been here a long time, will remember what the deal was. Okay, water's going to be a problem. It is a problem. Ask us. It's been a problem since we got here. No problem. We're going to get water from Orillia. Now, Rob, you said 100 million trillion gallons. I can't remember how much or liters we're going to need, right? I'm sorry, there's not enough in the ground right now to give us that water. I was going to grab Angelo because he's the ex-mayor of Orillia and say, could we go over there and see if they could sell us 100 million liters, and while they're at it, put in sewage. Because we all, at the people that were at the beginning, had to sign something that say, when Orillia puts in sewers, we'll sign up and pay a development charge. But that was the plan. What's happened so far? Didn't work. Okay, so ask us. There's not enough water, folks. All of the planners and all of the people said, do not rely on what we're telling you. We expect, what was one of the comments? One of the comments today was, we believe. Great, but there's no water. I'll tell you, there's no water. I've been dealing with this and the other owners that have been here forever. No water, not enough water at now for, what do we have, 50 houses in our community? Okay, so there's a problem. And what I said in my paper is, okay, full stop. You did a wonderful job, all of you planners and investors, to put a plan on the table. Full stop. Okay, we just got it. You did a wonderful job. You put in all the things you need to make an application. You checked all the boxes and you, what was the word that was used? I wrote it down. Deemed. I'm saying, no, wait a minute. The word deemed, I know that's an official word here, and I'm saying, just a minute now. Hoped for. Wish list is what it should say. Now, I'm not trying to pick on the people that write these rules. I saw the sign over by the golf course. It's deemed, the application is deemed complete. No, it's a wish list. We sure hope this will work out someday. That's all on all of our heads because we're not going to be around someday. The next thing is, and Allison and I just had a back and forth in emails, and I'm saying thank you for that, by the way. I'm commending you for that, to say, do we have a protocol to keep communications going? These meetings are fabulous. We had one meeting about a year ago, we weren't allowed to ask questions, and then we had a meeting on February 25th. I don't know if anybody kept minutes, but half of us were away that week. And I'm going, so what questions were asked and answered? Could we set up, I'm a terrible guy on social media and stuff like that. Is there not a way we could all have an ongoing Q&A that goes on, we could communicate? I mean, the presentation that was up on the wall a couple of times by different people, and yours especially, were fabulous. Put it up there and let people say, I disagree, or here's some other idea, here's some other information, and we'll all do a better job. I don't know how to do it, by the way, and maybe we could work something out to set up a, what do we do? Chat group, Facebook page. It's way, my grandchildren could do it and I can't. So I'm going, the communication protocol and the transparency. Okay, we now have a plan on the wall. And I'm saying, could we start talking about it? So far, we've heard some stuff, but ideas come to you. I always say, people, I get my best thoughts in the shower. I want to step out and write it on the wall. You see what I mean? And I'm going, how are we going to do this? And could we all get involved in doing this if this is going to continue? You've heard some people say, don't continue, which maybe the investors who will say, maybe all of a sudden it's not the best place for us to invest our money. There's lots of other places to build houses, which I agree with. Then in my memo, I said, I read case law for a living. Okay. There's basically various adjudicators who give us answers when we're disagreeing with each other. Obviously, what used to be called the Ontario Municipal Board, now the OLT. Okay, they have their rules and they say, come here when you actually have something useful to say and you can all argue and we'll give you a decision. But that's not the end of it. There's also the courts. And I put in my paper a couple of things. Did you hear about the one where gravel trucks were going past people's houses, making noise, rumbling their houses? And by the way, one of the things that's missing in the deemed complete analysis, which you might look into, consultants, is subsidence. Okay, when houses shake and there's water under them that's taken away, the houses move, they shift. And I don't know if anybody's ever had this problem, but all of a sudden you can't open your door because the house shifted a quarter of an inch. Guess what? That's a lawsuit. It's a class action that's going to cost $1 trillion because nobody thought of it. I'm saying it's missing from these reports. It's a big issue in the world. Subsidence. You can Google it because I don't want to waste a lot of time. Then we get to trucks going past your house. I put this in. There is a case, a lawsuit in the Quebec Court of Appeals just been adjudicated, which is the people that have to put up with this shaking houses and racket in the morning. The court said each one of you will be paid $35,000 per year as long as this goes on. So I did some quick math and I thought, okay, so you're about to start. They're doing it now on Uhthoff line. You already have a cause of action. We're about to start running trucks and computer, all this, I should say, construction equipment around my house and everybody's house. Okay, $35,000 per year times, I mean, there's, what is there, Tony, 50 residents? Okay, I do round numbers. I can't do math very well. 50, 10 on Uhthoff line. And I was even thinking when you start running by the mall over there where we have a Walmart store, they may complain. So I did some math. 4 years, $7-8 million bucks. Okay, start paying me. I'm ready. You guys who are spending money trying to make this work, that's a lawsuit that it's called nuisance. It's a big part of life. Okay, so then the one that really was staggering was Oakville had a problem with the floodplain. Some developers came in and said to the municipality and the OMB, we want to put houses on this floodplain. Well, guess what? A class action started against the municipality down the line because it didn't work. And now there's a settlement. The lawyers for the municipality got paid $1 million bucks. Great. The lawyers for the class action got paid $1 million bucks, and they settled by saying, look, Oakville said, we're going to commit $750 million to fix that and some other problems. Now, remember, that's 10. I have 2 more minutes. I'm seeing them, I'm talking too much. But anyway, okay. So, and, read my paper. This is all in here ad nauseum, but I'm saying, and then the software that these people use, I looked it up, but they said, well, that hydrological modeling software has limitations. It doesn't always work. Water. Okay, so I will stop to say, read my paper and say, full stop, people. Okay, if we're going to do nothing else, full stop for 1 year while we analyze where you are right now. And great job so far, but it's not complete. It's deemed complete. It's not even close. It's a wish list. It's not going to work. All right, so I'm done. Thank you for everybody and everybody up on the screen there. Okay. Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was a lot of good information. Thank you. Alice, Andrea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, we have Bob Graham. Madam Chair, next we have Maureen Matthias. Nope. My apologies, Madam Chair. We want to make sure no one is missed if they wish to speak. So, Max McKenzie.
Waving.
Amanda Newlove.
Thank you, Amanda.
Hi. Morning, everyone, to council, public, staff, and thank you to the applicants for that presentation and all the great comments we've received so far. My name is Amanda Newlove. I'm here on behalf of the Jones Consulting Group, and we represent Silver Springview Estates, Charter Development LP/GP, and Mark Rich Homes Limited, who collectively own 10 properties in the adjacent area of the subject lands. Happy to read out the addresses if Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're here to just provide an overview of our comment letter that's dated May 16th on behalf of the applications that were submitted. So as discussed, the lands are and the lands that we represent are located in the South of Division Secondary Plan in the Township of Severn and County of Simcoe. And our first few comments are related to servicing. So the master servicing report that was prepared by the applicants, our concern is that it only reviewed a specific study area rather than the entirety of the secondary plan area. And in addition, it's our understanding that the Township of Severn has retained Civica Infrastructure to complete a servicing master plan to evaluate the servicing strategies for the township over the next 30 years, which will include the secondary plan area. And it's our understanding that this report is expected this year. So in our opinion, it would be premature to approve the proposed applications before the completion of this servicing master plan or without a greater servicing master plan by the applicants for the entirety of the secondary plan area, because it would otherwise likely result in fragmented or ad hoc servicing framework in the secondary plan, which it's our understanding that's not the vision that the Township of Severn wants. Secondly, the lands that we represent include what's referred to as the Area 2 lands, which is directly north of the subject lands. And the master servicing report does reference these lands. It's in the study area. And it assumes that it will contain a number of units based on a previous concept plan. It's around 285 units. However, this plan that they are referencing is quite dated, and it was based on partial municipal services. Due to the proposed introduction of possible full municipal services, it's our opinion that the densities should be increased to similar developments in the area. So we have submitted a very preliminary concept plan that shows approximately over 1,000 units. To be clear, there's no development applications on the table for these lands, and this is preliminary in nature. But it's our opinion that if these lands and these units are being included in these reports, that they should be increased to avoid any potential negative impacts. And lastly, related to servicing, which it has been mentioned a few times that the township has also retained Hutchinson to complete a summative capacity study to determine the effluent treatment limits for the proposed wastewater treatment plant and the corresponding capacity of Silver Creek. And the master servicing report makes the assumption that there will be capacity of Silver Creek, but this is not information that we have yet at this time. So similarly to the servicing master plan, it's our opinion that it would be premature without knowing this really vital information of the capacity of these entities, and to ensure that there are no negative impacts to adjacent uses, including lands such as Area 2, which are designated currently for development. Our next few comments relate to the applicable policies in the official plan. specifically that the lands that are proposed for development are designated open space, not open space golf course. Through our review of the planning rationale, there was some policies that relate to the open space golf course designation, and that these lands can permit residential uses and it's conceptual in nature, but this is a separate area known as Area 3. So this is not, in our opinion, applicable to the subject lands and should not be used to support the development. And in addition, as mentioned as well, that Section 19 has specifically outlined the intent of the secondary plan, and it states that the country residential designation applies to 4 properties within the secondary plan area. And any residential plans of subdivision or condominium beyond the 4 areas shall require an amendment to the secondary plan in accordance with specific provisions. And the specific provisions entails that it is the intent of the secondary plan that residential, commercial, and industrial uses be limited to those areas specifically designated for such uses. Accordingly, applications to amend the rural designation to permit new uses shall only be considered in the context of a comprehensive review of the secondary plan. And then the policy lists certain tests that would need to meet. But we think it's important to note that it's very intentional that the designations are what are currently shown, and that any official plan amendments to amend the rural designation, there's some consideration, but there's no mention of the open space designation, which is what's before council. In addition, in terms of land needs, as we know, the County of Simcoe has been working on a municipal comprehensive review, which has now been put on pause due to many changes in the province. But there was the county's official plan amendment number 7, which was intended to update those growth projections. And as we know, Township of Severn was very involved in that process. And the County of Simcoe retained Hempson Consulting to prepare a land needs assessment in 2022, which did conclude that the Northern Regional Market Area, which includes the Township of Severn, does not require additional community area to accommodate growth to meet housing market demand. So even though these lands are in a secondary plan area, this is not a settlement area. Those are 2 very different things. And although we note that this land needs assessment was based on previous methodology, which is no longer in effect, we think that another review may be warranted, or in comparison, the province is now working with the county to update those growth projections. So again, there's no information at this time that additional land is needed in the Township of Severn. And lastly, the official plan and secondary plan does contain general provisions for when you are applying for an official plan amendment. And in the secondary plan, it specifically states one of the tests is that the proposed use will not have a deleterious impact on adjacent uses. And in our opinion, because of the reasons I have briefly mentioned, which are more outlined in our comment letter, it's our opinion that this has not been properly assessed at this stage. So we respectfully request that these comments be taken into consideration, and we're happy to keep being involved. And again, please refer to the comment letter for more information. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your information. Thank you. Andrea?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That looks to be, let me just double check my list one last time. That would be the end of those registered for in-person.
Okay. Andrea, are there any members of the public registered to speak on Zoom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 2 attendees on Zoom. The first is Ishan Majo, our planner from the County of Simcoe. Ishan's just observing today and doesn't have any comments at this time. And we also have Mr. Jim Dykes online. I'm not sure if Jim would like to speak or not at this point.
Mr. Dyke, are you still online? Would you like to speak? Is that the 2000? I didn't hear.
Am I live? Can you hear me?
Mr. Dyke, can you please give your address? Thank
It's
you.
1985 Carriage Court. And I didn't plan on speaking, but I can tell you to save time that I'm in complete agreement with what Mr. McKenzie presented and the representative of the Hawk Ridge Group. And thank you, Council, for your considerations of a very serious matter.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. If there are any members of the public who did not get called and would like to speak, we will start with those attending in person. Thank you. Could you please state your name and the address you're representing?
Thank you, Chair. My name is David Schultz. I'm with Walker Aggregates. I'm based out of the Barrie office, which is 44 King Street, Barrie, Ontario, units 3 and 4. I'm here to just to get some things on record on behalf of Walker. Specifically, I'm looking at land use compatibility and the impacts of noise.
I'm sorry, could you give your address on Uhthoff, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't have the address off the top of my head, but
it's the Walker's Aggregate on Uhthoff. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so just to highlight some things with land use compatibility, we're looking at the stationary noise impacts on this development and how that plays into the design. One of the questions I'd want to have kind of highlighted is with respect to the stacked towns that are abutting Uhthoff line. We just want to make sure that those one of the questions I had was whether those would be owner occupied or if those are going to be retained by the golf course to be rented out on short-term basis. And that's one of the questions I had. And the other question is just in reviewing the noise study that was submitted with the application, I just noticed that the consultant had highlighted that the Walker Pit is a Class 2 facility, and that may be the case currently because we're not really operational there on a regular basis. But we want to just make sure that we're not handcuffed in the future if we do choose to change operations on site. We do have a license to extract. And if that does get pushed into a Class 3 facility, how would that impact the development and the setbacks with respect to the D6 guidelines? So those are my questions, and I know they won't be answered today, but I just wanted to highlight those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there any other members of the public who would like to speak today in person? Okay, seeing none. If there are any members of the public on Zoom who did not get called and would like to speak, please unmute yourself now. Okay.
Madam Chair, before we move on to council questions, if we could maybe take a 5-minute bio break, that would be great.
Okay, now it is. Do the members of the committee have any comments?
Through you, Madam Chair, and to all the presenters, thank you very much. And to you, Dawn, I don't know what you did in your previous life, but that was a great presentation. I watched the faces of our friends over here, and it speaks 1,000 words. Thank you for what I saw. And Madam Clerk, I don't know what you did, but I'm sure I'll hear about it later, having to sit there with the microphone. I'm sure I'll hear about it later. But what I wanted to ask is, and Dawn did mention a lot of the points that I wanted to speak to. So as you know, we went through a lengthy 2.5 years official plan. And now I'm not sure how or what justification you have to change what our official plan is stating. So I'm curious, when you do come back, and today no decision will be made, as Madam Chair has said, there'll be no decision made. It's just a question period. So they will come back and state, like, you're asking to create a development outside a settlement area, and it goes against our official plan. So I'm really interested when you come back, how you're going to justify it for that. That's my first question. My second question, and again, Dawn, you mentioned it as well. Water and sewer plants cost municipalities millions of dollars. And unfortunately, it's downloaded to the residents. And unfortunately, we all end up having to pay for it. I can't, and I'm curious, if you're going to build it, are you going to, and I need to hear it from you in writing, are you going to maintain it forever? Because sitting here in this chair, and I'll be gone, as people have mentioned, I am old. I'll be gone in years to come. Are you going to maintain this if this development goes through for forever, so it doesn't fall back on the residents of the township? And my third question, Hurlwood is a busy throughway. And now you're asking through your proposals to create more traffic on Hurlwood. Have you looked at possibly, Area 3 has been on the books for some 30 years. It has approval. The only designation is it needs to use water and sewers from the city of Orillia, I think, at the OMB decision. Have you looked at possibly making a different route through Area 3 rather than using Hurlwood as a roadway? And happy to hear that feedback as well. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the committee have any questions? I would imagine. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I just, presentations today, I'm just so impressed with the quality and the work that's gone into this stuff. And there's obviously a lot of information to digest as we move forward on this application. But I just, as someone who lives on Uhthoff and care about the community as well, I just want to say it's great to see this level of participation in such an important process. So thank you. And thanks for the original presentations as well. It's work. It's tons of work and some really good thinking. So look forward to see how this evolves as we go. I've got a million questions and I can't wait to see the analysis as it comes forward. Thanks.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you through the chair. I just had great presentations on all sides. Everybody has put their work in, and it should be noted that everyone presented in a nice fashion. There was no kind of chaos. My question would be to the Live Group. Is there any way that your side could come back to this table with some hard numbers in terms of how many properties you're going to produce in the area? You've got between 187 and 379 for detached. Could you come with a little firmer number on that? On top of that, the townhouses 211 to 384. There's a huge spread there. Could we come with a more definitive number on that? And finally, on the stacked townhouses, that's not such a big spread of 81 to 121, but that's a broad variance in terms of what you're going to build. And that was presented by Dawn and Bromett and Bill McKenzie that it's going to be a strain on the water and the roadways and traffic and so on. So if we could come with a different number or at least a hard number, then we'd be able to absorb a little bit. Maybe it'd be a little softer on our people in opposition. So that would be, I think, some helpful.
Are there any other members who would like to speak to this? Okay, Member Taylor, then Member Minnings.
Thank you. Through the chair, I've got a couple questions, and it mainly deals with water. The first question is the water reservoir. What is the size, dimensions of this? What's it made of? What volume does it hold? And is it in ground or on ground? That's my first question. And the second one is the report from Jamie Robertson states that a holding provision is proposed that will require a subdivision agreement and sufficient municipal water and sanitary capacity prior to the development occurring. So how do we confirm? I think it was bringing up that that the water study is correct, and how is it? What is the status of that? Because I think besides all the other variables, water is the biggest issue here that I can see, that there's just not enough of it. And the last one is, as far as status of peer reviews, what is outstanding and what time frame for completion? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Minnings?
Thank you. I have just a few questions. Following on water, my question is somewhat different. I don't recall hearing that there wasn't enough water. So, and because of the nature of a new subdivision or development and the requirement for municipal water for this number of proposed homes, what comes first? So it's like the chicken and the egg. Is the water something that needs to be decided first, and then the plan of subdivision can go forward? Or is it just a matter of creating a water treatment sewer plant like the one that we have in the township? So that's my first question. My second question is regarding the stacked golf course homes or villas that are proposed. I just want some confirmation. It looks from the photos that there's 3 stories high. And is that a confirmed size or height for those? Or could they potentially go higher or be 2 stories, etc.? So just a few questions about that. And then I will just make an overall comment that in the few years I've been here, we've had similar meetings and discussions regarding development in the West Shore area and the developments there at various stages also. So this is part of the process, and I really do appreciate both the presentation from the developer today, and I also appreciate the comments from the residents who are local to that area, as well as what they've submitted in advance. Thank you.
Is there anyone else on committee who would like to speak? Member Jansen.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank everybody that came forward today to share their thoughts, as well as for Live Communities to bring forward their plan. My concerns, I have concerns that I guess I share with residents as well as some of the other council members about the water, the amount of water, the quality of the water, and then that fisheries that I heard about for Silver Creek. So I'd want to make sure that that was protected. I don't think I'll go any further. I think the questions were already asked about that, and I'll wait to see what comes up in the final reports.
Okay, Member.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just to add on to Member Jansen's comments. So now you have the Inch Farm, you have Area 3, and you have the proposed development that you're looking at Hawkridge. All that water will have to go into that one main stream, the Silver Creek. And I'm not an engineer, but Mr. McKenzie said it best when he saw the sign that said deemed, a play on words. So how do they tell us in layman's terms whether or not that creek is going to be able to accept that amount of runoff and water? Because those are three huge developments that will eventually, well, if it does get approved. But I'm just curious how that will all unfold.
Any other members like to speak? Okay, I have a few questions. Oh. Go ahead.
Thank you, Member Cox. There's just a couple questions, I think, from Councillor Taylor and Councillor Minnings that I think are easily answered right now, if I can just provide a bit of a response to those. So Councillor Taylor had asked about studies that were outstanding and then also the status of the peer review. So just on those two items, in terms of the studies that are outstanding, we're still waiting for the archaeological assessment to be completed, which I understand is in works. And then also the phase 2 ESA, which is an environmental site assessment that's being completed. So those are two items that are outstanding. All of the other supporting materials that have been provided, including the Hydro G study, which I think Councillor Taylor referenced as well, and what's the status of that water study. All of those studies are in the process or have been peer reviewed by the municipality's consultants. So we're just in the process of combining all of that information, and then following this meeting, the next step for us as municipal staff is to provide the applicant with a set of comments that are on all the peer reviews, the planning report, all their various supporting studies. So that material will be provided to them. They'll respond to it. So just to be clear, the township is undertaking its own review and has hired experts to review each of the supporting studies that's been prepared to make sure they've addressed what are required, the items that are required to be addressed in accordance with the Planning Act. So, and then Councillor Minnings had a question, I think, just about height of buildings and where do we get comments on that? As part of the commenting process, the municipality's fire chief and fire department will provide comments. So they will specifically look at the height of the buildings, for example, and the municipality's ability to provide emergency services to buildings based on their height. So that'll be part of their review. I think that addresses the comments from those two councillors. And if anything else comes along, I can do my best to try to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Okay. My first question is, you talked about the affluent studies and the assimilative study of Silver Creek. I read in the reports that the SSEA has been involved, but I have deep concerns on that creek. It's been monitored for years, and I would like to know if you're going to keep them involved and keep any other environmental assessment involved. And I'm not saying much about water because everybody's already done that. My next one is the comments from the two school boards. I don't want to end up at LPAT because we haven't looked at a place for a school. We know we're jammed in Simcoe County. We're over every single place, including West Shore, Coldwater, all of them. And the report that the board gave us distinctly says that this area is overcapacitated. So if there's anything that can be done to help, that needs to be looked at. We can't bring people in without the proper infrastructure and sell homes to people whose children are going to go on buses for 45 minutes. The next one was the recreation. You talked about the parks and the development of the parks. Will there be any support from LIV to help develop those parks? The next one was, okay, the next one is the pond. I have a deep affiliation for ponds and I worry. I've heard of other developers who will say, oh, we'll just drain the pond and move the animal. You can't do that. That is that is where these animals know. They know it's there. They come there. And if you take that pond away, like you're destroying like all kinds of animals and insects. I mean, it's wrong. And I know that the one I'm talking about is in Muskoka Beach, and that developer has been told you can't take away those ponds and just move them. Those ponds are a home and a lifestyle. Birds who come by and are migrating, they look for that pond. And if they're gone, I don't know what will happen to them, but I have a real concern about moving or doing anything to the pond. The next one I want to talk about is complete streets. I've heard a lot about, Hurlwood being busy. We need you to ensure that our streets are complete, that there are sidewalks, that there are places for bikes, for people to do pedestrian. And I just would like to know if you're planning to do that. The other one I want to ask about was the recreational, commercial versus open space. And I think, I'm sorry, your name is Andrew? Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, Amanda talked to that. I just would like some clarification on the zoning between changing it to recreational, commercial versus open space. And is there any zoning that we can do in order to protect this open space from future development? And because our open spaces are declining. And I'm sure there are people here who may think that in 10, 15 years, that golf course too could be developed. The other one was Hurlwood. People are used to going down Hurlwood. Whereabouts, I never saw where the new clubhouse location was going to be. Is it going to be where the old one is? Well, you're not going to get people to go way over there and down there. They're just going to come down this street to go to it. And if you're going to, the mayor did comment on that, but if you're going to do something, make it so that it's a direct there. Otherwise, they're going to keep coming down the street. Maybe you can do signage that says, you don't come down here to go there. And a sign at the other one that says, here's how you get there. But people aren't going to go all the way down that road and meander through and go somewhere. I would like to see if you could get a direct route that's not Hurlwood. And the other one, I don't have one more, is what, sorry, Amanda talked about too, is the secondary plan and the ROP 1924. The vehicular and pedestrian transportation routes shall be located to ensure minimal disturbance. This is a big concern for everyone who lives here. The traffic, the environment and the traffic are the biggest concerns I've heard today. And I think, the other one was when Walker's Aggregate talked. I'm assuming through the chair to Derek, that's a haul route. So I think, that was the other one I had, sorry. I think if you're selling homes to people, these types of things need to be on title. They need to know they're buying where there's a haul route. They need to know where they're buying that they're on a communal well, not a water and sewer if it doesn't get on the water. We've done this in other subdivisions. We said, you need to let people know like how to be conserving with water. I'm on a well. My life is whole different than anybody else who is on a water system. You just don't flush and you don't water driveways and you don't put lawn sprinklers on. Those are things you don't do because you need to protect your aquifer. Okay, thank you.
Through Madam Chair, just one other comment. I don't know if we can flag this or not, but Amanda spoke to Area 2. It was an OMB decision, I'm guessing 30 years ago. I'm not sure how many homes, but there was a water issue because there wasn't enough water. But if Area 2 is going to come on board, are they going to discharge into Silver Creek as well? So, and I'm not sure if we can ask for that information as part of the study for future development, because Area 2 has been slated for development, as was stated by Amanda. So I'm not sure as a council if we can request that. Area 2. Talking about Area 2 down here at the corner of Burnside and Uhthoff line. I'm talking about that one, and when it fully gets developed, there's going to be discharge into Silver Creek as well, which is going to add more water to and it's called a creek for a reason. It is a creek. It's a creek. Anyways, I'm not sure. Maybe Jamie could answer that. I don't know.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, to the mayor. So in terms of that is something that's being considered. I think what you're getting at is the prematurity question overall, and is it premature to consider a site-specific development application within a planned secondary plan area on a different type of servicing than what was originally anticipated for that secondary plan area without looking at the whole secondary plan first and what the overall impact is. So that's certainly that's a question that needs to be considered and will be reviewed through this application.
And there was just one more thing, and I didn't know if you caught it, and I can't remember who said it, was the fact that when you're looking at a cold fish habitat, you need more trees and shade so that water stays cold. Okay, thank you. There are no further comments. I declare the public information, wait a minute, sorry.
I didn't know if Liv wanted to have the opportunity to
Oh,
respond.
I'm sorry.
If so, if you could come over to the chair over here, that would be grand.
I didn't have that on my thing.
There we go. Just want to say thank you to everybody. I think Mr. Bromett, you put it very well. There's hope is not a strategy. We have hopes for this property, but we're in the midst of developing and fleshing out the strategy, and this is part of that process. So I'm not going to go through and answer every single question because I think that's more appropriate for our resubmissions, which can look at things comprehensively. As Mr. Robertson has indicated, the township's peer review is ongoing. We'll have a lot of technical details that will come back. We are intending future opportunities to engage with the public, and we've made a note of all the questions and comments received today. I want to highlight something as well that I believe Mayor Paquette highlighted, that Liv has a lot of properties in this area, that we are developing a lot of homes in this area, which means that we're here for the long term. And we want to make sure that what we're doing is in the best interests of the township, the current residents, and the future residents. They're always part of our thinking. So we appreciate everything that's been shared today. It has been taken down and will be accounted for in any future submissions as we work through this process together to go from the hope, the vision that we have right now, as we develop the strategy and come up with the best way to do this in accordance with the township's wishes, in accordance with our vision, and in accordance with the best interests of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Okay, I want to thank everyone. Sorry. Go ahead.
Just, Madam Chair, just in closing, I wanted to make sure that everybody I just kind of summarized the comments and the key comment areas that we heard today, so people understand that we're listening and we know what needs to be reviewed through the review of the application. So some of the fundamental areas or key comment areas we heard about was servicing, and the introduction of a new servicing consideration for the area, traffic, land use compatibility, both from a residential perspective and also from the adjacent uses, including the aggregate operation to the west, the whole land supply and demand analysis piece and focusing growth within settlement areas, the impact on existing residents from a number of various areas, pedestrian connections, the impact on the creek potentially, and other potential environmental considerations, completing that archaeological study and making sure there's no concerns from that perspective. And then also the potential prematurity issue related to the redesignation of lands within a secondary plan area for a higher density use than what was previously considered in the secondary plan, and how that could impact the overall secondary plan area on the south of Division Road secondary plan. So I just wanted folks to know that those are the kind of key comment areas I think we heard. We've been taking notes. We've got lots of comments that have been provided in writing as well, but just thought it was appropriate to put a bit of a bookend on things at the conclusion of the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie. That does wrap it up for us. And I just want to thank everyone for attending today and bringing forth your concerns and your questions. And I guess I declare that the public information meeting on this proposal is now closed, and we'll be getting ready to do our next one right away. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I have a quick motion just to wrap it up. So the motion is just that planning report P25-022 dated May 21st, 2025, with respect to official plan OPA 24-07 and zoning bylaw amendment Z 2410 applications for 4331 Uhthoff line be received as information.
May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by member McIntyre, seconded by member Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Yes. We are now going to do our second meeting. It's a statutory public meeting for 5719 Upper Big Chute Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. I now call upon the applicant's agent, Josh Morgan from Morgan Planning and Development, to please present the information provided within item B2.3.1 of the agenda package and explain the purpose, Mark's all alone, purpose and effect of the applications. Good morning, Josh. Welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. It's always nice as a planning consultant when most of the room clears out before your meeting. So yeah, thanks for having me. Josh Morgan here from Morgan Planning. I'm a registered professional planner. Our office is based in Orillia, and members of council, I've been before you many times over 15 years on multiple projects of various sizes and scales. Today, I'm here to talk about the property that you can see highlighted on your screen there, which is known municipally as 5719 Upper Big Chute Road. This property is within the Severn Falls settlement area, which is quite honestly why we're here today. As members of council know, and presumably members of the public are aware, settlement areas are the places within which growth is directed to occur. And when I say directed, I mean directed by the province of Ontario and then the county of Simcoe, and of course, then the township of Severn. So through that lens, if we could flip to the next slide, please. This is just a slide which provides some context for where this property is. It's, as I mentioned, it's in the Severn Falls settlement area, which is, as you know, a small residential settlement area with some commercial and recreational components on the south side of the Severn River. And on the north side of the Severn River is the district of Muskoka. Next slide, please. So just a bit more of a highlighted version of image of the subject property. The property it's on the north side of Upper Big Chute Road. So Upper Big Chute is the road that's on the bottom of your screen there. Upper Big Chute Road is a county road. So there has been a great deal of correspondence over the last 2 or 3 years with not only township staff, but also planning and transportation staff from the county of Simcoe, because any entrances or development on a county road must be ultimately also approved by the county of Simcoe. And you'll see on the left-hand side of the screen, which is geographically is west, is Green Lane. Green Lane is a private road which provides access to residential properties, many of which are along the Severn River. And as we'll see in a future slide, some of the lots that we're proposing to create here will have access, if approved, will have access from Upper Big Chute Road, and some of the lots would have access from an extension of Green Lane. So the property has a lot frontage on Upper Big Chute Road of 645 meters and a lot area of approximately 14 hectares. So it's a big vacant, almost vacant parcel of land within the settlement area. And when I say almost vacant, actually, Emily, if you can just flip back to the previous slide there. In the inset image in the top right-hand corner, and you'll see it in the right-hand side of the main image there, it's developed with a contractor's yard. And if my memory serves me correctly, the building that's on the property right now used to be an old, I think it was an MNR building. And now it's being used by Dan Smith, my client, who's here with me today as a contractor's yard. So, actually, maybe we'll flip 2 slides now, Emily, if we could. We'll go to the next one. I'll speak to this so we're here today to discuss 2 applications, which are an official plan amendment application and a zoning bylaw amendment application. And if these applications are approved, then the next step in the process would be a trip to the Committee of Adjustment to request 7 severances. So the form of lot creation here would be by consent, but understanding that essentially the nature of development will be established through the zoning and the official plan amendments, which is a council decision. And we felt it was appropriate. When I say we, I mean staff and I felt it was appropriate, of course, to first come to council and seek permission or approval for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to establish the uses. And then if council believes that those uses are appropriate, then we would go to the committee adjustment for the implementing severance approvals, okay? So that everyone understands the process and why we're coming to council first. Okay, so the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments seek to establish a policy framework or zoning permissions to permit the creation of 7 new lots and then 1 retained lot. So the 7 new lots are what you see in yellow. They would all be developed residentially. And then the retained lot is what you see in orange on the far right-hand side of the screen, which is where Mr. Smith's contracting company is established, the former M&R building, okay? The severed lots are intended to facilitate the development of single detached dwellings. And the retained lot would contain the existing buildings and structures, which would continue the use of the contractor's establishment. Easements would be required over lots 3 and over the retained lot, okay? And so if you can see the screen, if you see lot 3, actually we'll start with the retained lot. So the orange lot, that's the developed parcel of land currently. So through negotiations with the County of Simcoe's Transportation Department, they essentially said, and a lot of these conversations were between our traffic consultant and the transportation folks from the county essentially said, look, guys, we don't want any more entrances onto Upper Big Shoe Road. There's a wind in the road there. There's some topographical challenges. We're okay with the development in principle, so long as you use the entrances which are already there. So when we go to the Committee of Adjustment, we will be seeking an access easement over the retained parcel to get to lot 1, which is the first residential lot, okay? That's the lot with the big wetland in the middle. And then if you bring your cursor to the left, Emily, towards lot 3, it's proposed that another access easement be established over the driveway of lot 3, which will provide access to lot 2, okay? So no new entrances onto Upper Big Shoe Road. Access to lots 1 and lot 2 would be via access easements. And what you see here is conceptual building footprints and conceptual septic footprints on each of the residential lots. And these footprints, conceptual footprints, have been guided by the hydrogeological assessment that's been completed and has now been circulated to the township's peer reviewer, and also an environmental impact study that's been submitted, which has already been peer reviewed by the municipality's consultant. You can see in the top of the screen there, the road, which comes in off of Green Lane. There's a dark gray portion of the road there. That road is already there, okay? I've walked it. That provides access to lots on the Severn River currently. So the only extension of any infrastructure that is proposed by this plan is the light gray, which extends from the dark gray. So that would be an extension of an existing private road, which would provide access to lots 6 and lot 7, okay? And that extension of the private road would be at the expense of Mr. Smith, the developer of the property. Okay, and that would have no financial implications on the municipality whatsoever. The detailed design of that road has already been completed and been submitted to the township for peer review. And we consulted, or our civil engineers consulted with the township about how that road needed to be designed, how wide it needed to be, what sorts of emergency vehicles it would need to accommodate, et cetera. So that work has already been done and is well under way of review. Okay, so if we could flip to the next slide, please. So just talking about the planning and the zoning, or the policy and the zoning context. So on the left-hand side of the screen is an excerpt from the municipality's official plan. The property, as I mentioned, is within the Severn Falls settlement area. It has 3 land use designations. Part of it is designated settlement living area. That's the sort of beige that you see. Part of it is designated greenlands. That's the area on the far left, kind of near Green Lane. And part of it in the dark blue is designated environmental protection. So really what one of our first orders of business here was to hire the environmental consultant to figure out where are those environmental features? Like where are they and what are they? And that environmental work really dictated how many lots we felt were reasonable to apply for and how those lots would be developed. And you'll see in a future slide that our official plan amendment application seeks to basically change the land use designations to more accurately map the environmental features. So actually the environmentally designated lands will get larger. And you'll see that in a future slide. The image that you see on the right-hand side of your screen, this is an excerpt from the township zoning bylaw. And it shows that despite the fact that the entire property is within the settlement area, it's all zoned rural right now. So really that's just because it's never been developed before. It's almost 14 acres of undeveloped land. So it has this sort of almost like dinosaur zoning on it that does not reflect what the official plan is asking it or is permitting it to be developed by. So that's why you have a zoning bylaw amendment application. You've got this rural zoning, but now you have a development application, which is in line with the official plan. So we need to rezone the property in accordance with the official plan. That's what we're here to do today. Next slide, please. So this is just a description of exactly what we're asking for through the official plan amendment. So we are seeking to add new site-specific policies to allow for the proposed development to proceed by consent, whereas the lot creation for more than 2 lots requires a plan of subdivision by the official plan. So if an applicant would like to create lots by severance, if it's more than 2 lots, that applicant must come to council and seek permission to do that. I've asked for this permission before, and I'm asking for it again today. The second reason for the official plan amendment is to allow for lot creation to occur on the extension of a private road. So as I mentioned, there's already a private road there. We're seeking to extend it to provide access to 2 lots. And this application seeks to redesignate limits of the retained lot from settlement living area to settlement employment area. So redesignating the east portion of this property, the orange piece that I showed you, from settlement living to settlement employment, really just recognizes the historic and continued use of those lands for non-residential purposes. So a lot of this is just cleaning up the mapping of the township's official plan to reflect existing uses, the location of the environmental features, and the future residential use of the land. I know I'm throwing a lot of information at you, and I'll answer questions when they come. And then the final piece of this official plan amendment application is to redesignate portions of the property from settlement living area to environmental protection. So again, expanding the area that will be designated environmental protection. Next slide, please. This just shows you what we're proposing to redesignate. So we're proposing to make the green area on the west side of the property larger, essentially expanding the environmental protection area. And we're proposing to expand the environmental protection area that comes right down the middle. There's a wetland in the middle there. We're proposing to make that bigger because our environmental consultant suggested we do so. And we're proposing to redesignate the lands on the far right, as I mentioned, from settlement living area to settlement employment area, because that reflects the historic and continued use of those lands for non-residential purposes. Next slide, please. So the zoning amendment. So we just talked about the official plan amendment. Now we're talking about the zoning amendment. So, and I can share these slides with members of the public. I see folks taking pictures, and I'm happy to send you my PowerPoint presentation to make it easier. The zoning bylaw amendment application seeks to rezone some of the lands from rural to environmental protection, and from rural to rural residential to reflect the residential use that were being proposed, and from rural to general commercial to reflect the existing and historic uses of the property on the right-hand side of the property. And then the zoning bylaw amendment will also implement mitigation measures, which are recommended by our environmental consultant, and recognizing existing commercial development on the retained parcel. Next slide, please. This is just the schedule that we're proposing for the rezoning. It's quite similar to the schedule that we just looked at for the official plan amendment. So what we're doing here is proposing to rezone the whole west side from rural to environmental protection as recommended by our environmental consultant. And the big blob in the middle that would protect a wetland, we're proposing to rezone that from rural to environmental protection. And on the far right-hand side of the screen, proposing to rezone that portion from rural to a commercial 1 zoning, which is reflective of all of the other commercial zonings in Severn Falls. Just the next slide. This is just planning framework, basic sort of planning policy stuff here. So as a planning consultant and as municipal planning staff, our obligations are to measure and evaluate planning applications based upon the provincial planning statement, which came into effect in October of 2024, the County of Simcoe's official plan, the Township of Severn's official plan, and the Township of Severn zoning bylaw. I noticed that we have a picture of the township's old official plan on the screen here. I do understand that there's a new official plan, and I can assure you that we've evaluated our applications based upon the township's new official plan. Next slide, please. Same thing. So it's a picture of the old official plan, but I don't think I'm actually going to go too far into this. I've already said all of this stuff. The property is has a settlement living area designation, a Greenlands designation, and environmental protection designation, and it's located within the Severn Falls settlement area. It's my opinion as a professional planner that the official plan amendment application conforms to the Township of Severn's newest official plan. It also conformed, in my opinion, to the old official plan. Next slide, please. So supporting technical studies, I imagine there'll be questions that arise from these. Tatham Engineering has provided a traffic impact study that looked at the increased volumes of traffic that would be generated by the additional 7 lots. It looked at the entrances. And again, there was much back and forth with the County of Simcoe's Transportation Department. An environmental impact study, a stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment, a phase 1 environmental site assessment, which the site assessment is basically determining whether the land is like the soils are clean or dirty. And the assessment concluded that the soils on the property are clean. A hydrogeological assessment, which had 2 purposes. One of them was to determine how large do the lots need to be in order to accommodate private septic systems. Objective 1. Objective 2, is there enough water in the ground to service 7 new lots? A noise feasibility study that was due to the adjacency of the railway and the impacts that the railway would have on new residences. Civil engineering design drawing, so the design of the extension of the private road, the lot grading plans for the individual lots, and of course, a planning justification report. Next slide, please. I'll just say about the traffic impact brief, I've said everything else, but that the report concludes that the proposed development can be accommodated within the local community without adverse impacts on existing transportation systems, and that no improvements are required to support the proposed development. By no improvements, we mean no new lanes on Upper Big Chute Road, no turning lanes, that no changes to the road fabric itself are necessitated by this development. Next slide, please. Environmental impact study. So basically, I'm not going to read the slide, but ultimately, the purpose of this environmental impact study was to study the entirety of the property, to figure out where the natural heritage features are on the property. And there is habitat for a rattlesnake. There's some, there's a wetland in the middle of the property. And so our zoning amendment and our official plan amendment seek to expand the EP area on the property to protect those features, expand from where the existing EP areas are. Okay, that was essentially the purpose of the environmental impact study. That, along with specific direction in how to make sure that those features are protected during the construction process. And those items will be captured likely in the consent agreement and also through site plan approval process. Next slide, please. A stage 1 archaeological assessment. There were no artifacts identified on the property, and the proper filings have been made with the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sport. Next slide, please. The environmental site or phase 1 environmental site assessment concluded that that there are no there is no need to further investigate the property. There's no contamination on the lands. Next slide, please. The hydrogeological assessment really, in part, drove how many lots we could even come before you to ask for, because the hydro-G study determined how large the lots needed to be and whether there was enough water there. And the conclusions were that 7 lots was the right number. Next slide, please. Noise feasibility study. This is typical for any project that occurs adjacent to a rail line. And really what the noise study recommends is that like warning clauses be placed I'm not sure if it's on title of the new lots or through the purchase and sale agreements, to make sure that folks know that they're buying a property that's beside a rail line. And also the actual type of windows and the facade of the buildings will need to reach a certain standard so that, you know, it's not keeping folks up at night. Next slide, please. So just concluding remarks, we've evaluated this application against all of the provincial policies, the County of Simcoe's official plan, and the township's new official plan. And I believe that the application is consistent with provincial policy and conforms with the applicable official plans. But also the message that I want to leave you with is that we've been at this for at least 2 years now. I think it's probably more like 3. I don't remember when we started, but 3. Okay. So what you have before you today is the result of, you know, detailed technical work from multiple disciplines, and the number of lots that we're proposing and how they've been configured has been a result of feedback from mostly the Hydro-G consultant and the environmental consultant. The one hiccup that we encountered at the beginning or partway through this process was related to entrances and making sure that the County of Simcoe's Transportation Department was satisfied. And I can say that they now are satisfied, because we have agreed to establish those access easements, providing access to lots 1 and 2. That's all I have for you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josh. Could Township's planner please provide any additional comments on the application and summarize any additional correspondence that has been submitted on this application after the agenda was published?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did receive 2 additional letters of correspondence pertaining to this application. Those were received from Evan and Caitlin Crandall and Debbie Pendlebury and Brent Magnus at 5746 Upper Big Chute Road and 1733 Green Lane, respectively. Comments provided address concerns, including environmental, hydrogeological, and water supply, impacts to the character of the community and property values, disruptions to local residents resulting from possible commercial uses, and safety and emergency response times, as well as noise and light pollution.
Thank you very much, Emily. Does the applicant's agent wish to provide any further information on the applications or in response to the correspondence?
Thank you, Chair Cox. Just to say that I've read both pieces of correspondence and feel confident that the concerns that have been raised related to traffic and the environment and also capacity of water have been addressed in our submission. And I'd be happy to chat with these folks, you know, out in the hallway and provide you with those professional reports so that you can review them for yourself. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Does the Township's planner have anything further to add at this time?
Thank you, Chair. So again, just to reiterate what was included in the staff report, largely the purpose of the public meeting today is to seek input from the community, public agencies, as well as the Planning and Development Committee. The idea is that these comments would assist staff and the township's peer reviewers in reviewing the applications and considering these comments with due regard. The public meeting today is to discuss the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. As indicated by Mr. Morgan, this is just the first step in the overall development process that would be required to accommodate the proposal. A future separate and additional Planning Act application, being the consent application should the OPA and ZBA be approved, would be required to accommodate the actual creation of those lots. Again, this would involve additional public notice in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act and another public meeting held then before the Committee of Adjustment. Although it appears more remote given the location of the property, the lands do form part of the settlement area of Severn Falls as set out in the County of Simcoe official plan and Township official plan. These are areas where growth and development are encouraged. This includes not only a range of housing types, but also a goal to form complete communities with additional opportunities for employment. For example, committee may recall a previous development approval for this property over a decade ago, which contemplated the creation of over 40 units. This is a revised proposal not related to that, which was developed with feedback from the developers team, as well as the township's peer review consultants through the stage 2 peer review pre-consultation process, During that process, the peer reviewers were able to be involved early on to ensure that the developer ensured items such as environmental protection, water quality and quantity, traffic impacts, and noise were considered in the refinement of their proposal prior to the submission of their applications before you this morning. With their formal application, the applicants have provided a number of supporting studies to address the comments provided, as well as resubmissions of these studies that the peer reviewers have completed a review of. These items are currently under re-review by the township's peer reviewers at this time. Comments received at this meeting today would then be provided to them to consider in their review of the items. As stated in the staff report, a decision will not be made on the application today. The purpose is to gather comments from the public and the committee to assist in a review of the proposal. Unless directed by the committee, this would be the only public meeting pertaining to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. However, written comments could be received up until a decision is made on the applications either by the county of Simcoe or the township. As stated by Mr. Morgan and myself, any future proposed lot creation would be subject to an additional public meeting process and with notice provided in accordance with the Planning Act, with additional opportunity for the public to participate and comment at that time as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Any persons present in person, on Zoom, or the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Sorry. Township staff will call upon each registered participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream to remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. Emily, are there any members of the public registered to speak?
Thank you, Chair. We do have registered attendees on Zoom and in person, so we'll begin with the folks attending on Zoom. The first registered attendees are Paul Blackwell and Katya DeCole. They would be welcome to turn on their camera and unmute themselves if they wish to speak at this time.
Good day, this is Paul Blackwell speaking. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay, there is a bit of a delay. Obviously, much is being considered. With the considerations that are being put in place at this point, our main concern for the Green Lane Road Association is the use of Green Lane. When we would prefer, of course, because of the volume of traffic and construction vehicles, et cetera, because of us using Green Lane, we understand that we require insurance to cover ourselves or protect ourselves. If this is the case, how would that play out with the construction vehicles and the use of Green Lane? Second point to that is we feel that a road could be brought in, one road or entrance from Upper Big Chute Road to access these properties with greater ease and less disruption to the residents along Green Lane and the Green Lane Road Association as well. To that point, and understanding as to how that works out and what the studies have actually showed, we have invested a large amount of money into Green Lane and into the extension of Green Lane as well, which is our deeded access. So at usage of that road, and how would we be able to monitor that or be compensated for that as well? Of course, if you access off of Upper Big Chute Road, then it's a moot conversation, or moot point, I should say. So those are aspects that we would like to know now. It is being noted and stated as to the water volume and the water tables within this area for wells, as we too would like to be able to drill a well at some point very soon. So those are of grave concerns. And of course, for the environmental aspects that need to be addressed. With the constant and literally daily traffic of animals coming through the area across the kind of the southern part of Green, or the extension of Green Lane, we have a grave concern for that as well, because we would hate to be able to lose that. At this point, that is my points.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blackwell. Emily?
Thank you, Chair. The next registered attendee on Zoom is Irfan Tour.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Irfan Tour. I live at 1708 Green Lane. Most of my comments have already been expressed by somebody else at some point, But I wanted to, Josh showed an image of the lot area and the proposed roads. And I'm unclear as to why the access through lot 3 couldn't provide access to all of the lots.
Did you want to answer that now? Or?
I mean, I'll just through you. I don't have much to add on that right now, Irfan. I'll have to think about it. I mean, I think my first thought is related to the topography of the land there and how difficult and rugged it is. And largely that's what dictated the proposal or the nature of the proposal, which was a modest extension of Green Lane. And I think from an ecological perspective as well, it's likely less burdensome to utilize Green Lane and extend it rather than cut a whole new swath right through the middle of the property. But, you know, that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Because, and thanks, Emily, for putting that up on the screen, because, you know, I think to Josh's point around, you know, the topography, you know, we all have interesting topographies of where we are on this lane, and there's different heights and elevations. And we know that people can make things happen if they need to. I'll also point out that there was or is an old existing ATV trail that runs through this property as well, that was closed a couple of years ago when I believe when Mr. Smith bought the property, that ATV trail was closed. So it demonstrates to me that the trail was there. It's possible to make a trail. I would sort of provide the counter argument that it might be less disruption to use the existing access off of Upper Big Chute Road that comes in between, you know, lot 2 and lot 3, and would be a much shorter collection of roads to service all 7 lots. So people could take that into consideration. The last part that I would say is that, you know, through all of this process, as somebody who accesses Green Lane, and as Paul had mentioned, you know, has sort of financially committed to the maintenance of the road, I don't believe that any of us were ever actually directly consulted or prepared or sort of provided with some of this plan, and until then public notice went up.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other concerns or issues?
No, thank you very much.
Very much.
May I just say one thing, Madam Chair? Just about the road and the sort of like an assurity that the road itself and that the integrity of the road will be maintained through the construction process. I think that's what Mr. Blackwell, one of the things Mr. Blackwell was concerned with, and also that one of the things that Mr. Tour was concerned with. And I think the appropriate process there to ensure that the road association is protected through the site plan approval process or through a consent agreement. There are a couple of different tools that the municipality can use to essentially ensure that that road is not damaged, or if it were to be damaged, that it were to be fixed. It could happen through a consent agreement, or it could happen through site plan agreements. And what would happen through one of those two agreements would be that securities will be held by the municipality. And so what will happen is engineers will assess the health of the road as it stands today. And then if there were damage to the road, then that damage would be quantified, and the municipality would hold securities from Mr. Smith, and those securities would only be returned to Mr. Smith once the construction was complete. So there is, it's not a perfect explanation, and we haven't really hashed that out, quite honestly, with staff yet, but that's the format that I envision to protect the road association.
Thank you very much, Josh. Emily?
Thank you, Chair. We will now move on to the folks who have registered to speak in person. The first registered person would be Evan Crandall. You can scoot here.
And I just need you to give your name and your address, okay, please?
My name's Evan Crandall, and I live at 5746 Upper Big Chute Road. I guess one of my major concerns would be water, as to whether all these 7 properties would sustain enough water and wouldn't hinder any of the residents around, and what kind of studies have been done, which I think you mentioned you have done a study, as to how the study was done, or yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that study for sure. Another point I'd like to make, and a question I guess I really have, is to what a commercial property is going to do for the township or for the community, and how it betters the community, and why the property just can't stay the same with what they're doing on it now. Yeah, those are pretty much my 2 points that I'm concerned about.
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. I'll just say to Mr. Crandall that, yeah, I'll share with you the Hydro G report. I can just email you a copy. I don't have a hard copy with me today, but I'll email you a copy. And really, as I mentioned, it has 2 components. One of its objectives was to determine what an appropriate lot size is for septic systems.
Yeah.
And then one of the components was to assess the water that's available in the area and determine whether 7 lots was an appropriate number of new lots that could be accommodated with the existing aquifer. So we're comfortable with the findings of the Hydro G report. It's currently being peer reviewed by the municipality. So it's not just that whatever our consultant says is going to be accepted. It has to be vetted and deemed to be also acceptable by the municipality itself. So I'll share with you a copy, and then just hopefully you can take some comfort in the fact that the municipality will also be reviewing it.
Did you have any more concerns or questions?
I guess just to ask again about why the reason of the rezoning of the commercial, and why it needs to be zoned to that and it can't stay the same as what it is and how it is operating as it is, and what an additional commercial property would actually do for our township and how it betters our community. I feel like our community is pretty based on boat traffic, and a lot of people coming from the cottage who get away from, want to get away from a commercial property and seeing buildings. They want to see, a nice wooded area that they want to come to. So to be able to have a spot that is commercially property, and possibly, future down the road of a new buyer turning it into something that's, god awful to look at, then I don't know what that's going to do for our community. So is there any way that we can say that that won't happen, that, a future potential buyer who would want to come in and turn it into a big, not necessarily factory, but a big business that's going to be, making production products that's going to run longer hours, or added traffic at that point, or any, hindrance to the community at that point per se?
Josh?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why we're proposing to rezone that portion of the property being the retained lot to commercial is just because it's a reflection of the historic and existing uses on the property. So it makes, in my opinion, it makes sense through the rezoning process to appropriately zone the lands to reflect the existing use. That was really why we're proposing to rezone it to that. Yes, by rezoning it to C1, it would allow for a multitude of commercial uses on the property. I believe that the other commercial properties in the Severn Falls settlement area are also zoned C1. I don't have that map in front of me right now, but it was an attempt to establish a zone that is common within that same settlement area and also reflects the existing and historic use on the property. So that was it.
And what was the existing historic use that you're speaking of?
The existing use is a contractor's establishment or a contractor's yard, and the previous use was an MNR building. I'm not sure exactly what the MNR did in that building. Perhaps Dan Smith knows, but it's been used for some type of commercial, or I suppose quasi-industrial use, meaning the MNR use in the past.
Okay.
Any other concerns?
Those other commercial properties, I would say would be close to the water. That's more of a question to you.
I think I know for sure that there are commercially zoned properties in Severn Falls settlement area, like the marina, and there's a restaurant on the water there, I believe, and some gas stations, etc.
So I guess my point to that is, all those commercial properties are on the water because that's where our community is gauged toward, right? It's gauged towards bringing on, boat traffic, bringing people in, creating revenues that way. No cottager or no resident to the area has no problem coming in and seeing a restaurant or a dock space or a marina or some sort of sense on the water that is, bettering the community and what we're bringing our revenue on. To go away from the water and take a nice wooded lot that is part of our beautiful area and be able to possibly in the future make it into a very industrial space just seems heartbreaking. The fact with what they're doing right now is not an issue, but down the road, by rezoning that to a commercial space could completely destroy our community in that sense of what people are coming up there for. And I guess I just want that to be stated and know that as a neighbor that lives right across and looks at the property, plus, has lived in the community for so long and has a very good feel with the community and how people feel in the community. I think that would be concerning to pretty much all the residents in the community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Emily?
Thank you, Chair. The next registered attendees in person are Brent Magnus and Deborah Pendlebury.
Thank you.
Good morning, Deborah Pendlebury, 1733 Green Lane. I'm going to start with the rezoning request, and I apologize if there's some duplications. My first question, if Josh can perhaps answer this, is, as Mr. Crandall commented, Mr. Smith appears to be operating his business and has done for the last 3 years without any apparent issue. So why we can't keep a rural zone? I believe the township has the ability to provide an exception under the bylaw to keep a rural zone with Mr. Smith's ability to continue his current business. Again, our concern as neighbors is not what Mr. Smith is doing now. He's a respected neighbor and runs a business that employs local contractors and local members of our community. And we need to recognize that there's an extreme value to that. However, our biggest concern is not what is currently being operated out of that location, but for the future. I'm sure Mr. Smith is probably not going to own that property forever and a day, as we won't our own homes. And we need to protect the environment. We need to protect the cottage feel of that community. And we need to ensure if a C1, it's rezoned C1, it does, I looked at the planning and what that means. We could have everything from hotels, motels, dry cleaners, a factory that comes in and that does not need immediate customer base, but can export, which would increase traffic, etc. So I would implore the council to strongly consider allowing, of course, Mr. Smith to continue his business. This is not about impeding his ability to operate his current business, but protecting that site for the future generations. I was also curious if it was deemed commercial, why a C7 was not an option, because that also provides for contractor operations out of that space, and why C1.
Sure. I'll have to thank you through you, Madam Chair. I'll have to consider why we propose to rezone it from C1, or sorry, to C1 rather than to C7. I don't think I can answer that on the fly. I just don't have the zoning bylaw in front of me. My recollection is that we were proposing to rezone to C1 because that's the typical commercial zoning in a small settlement area in Severn Township. So we were trying to essentially match the zoning which is typically applied in these areas. And that was all. I mean, I think in terms of Well, I mean, I think just to speak to the legitimacy of the ask, I suppose, the ask being rezoning the retained parcel to commercial. Look, like the county's official plan and the township's official plan are filled with policy direction, basically encouraging settlement areas to not only be developed with residential uses, but also to be developed with other uses that complement those residential uses. And commercial is just one component of that. So I feel very comfortable that our request to rezone the retained parcel to commercial not only is appropriate because it reflects the existing historic use, but it is also appropriate because it is supported by provincial policy, county policy, and township policy. Like, we're supposed to be creating complete communities. That's the language that planners use, right? It's not about just stuffing settlement areas with more homes. Those homes need places to buy groceries. Those homes need places to, hire contractors or to buy windows or whatever that may be. So I believe it's appropriate. I believe that the policies support the request to rezone those lands to C1. But I will give some consideration to why we asked to go to C1 rather than to C7.
Thank you, Josh.
Many thanks. And just a quick follow-up on that. Is there a reason why the zoning cannot remain as rural with an exception under the bylaw, which I believe is a potential?
I would say through Madam Chair that there's no reason why it couldn't be left in a rural zone so long as this exception was placed on that zone to reflect the existing use on the property. However, I believe the more appropriate process would be to rezone it to commercial for the reasons that I mentioned before, which is that the township's official plan and the county's official plan and the provincial planning statement encourage planners and municipalities to place zones and designations within their settlement areas to create complete communities. And I think that this plan, it's a 14-hectare property and the retained parcel is maybe approximately 2 hectares or 1.5 hectares in size. For only a small component of a 14-hectare property within a settlement area to be rezoned to commercial, I think is an appropriate balance.
Thank you, Josh. My last comment on the rezoning would be, you talk about complete communities. We're a community of just a few hundred people year round, and any rezoning has to be done thoughtfully and intentionally. And you have to look at what the community needs are. And while I appreciate there are other C1 businesses in the area, they're all cottage-based industries. And again, there's no issue with what Mr. Smith is currently doing from that location. But our biggest concern, just for the record, is what this could, when we open this door, we can't shut it again. And I think we have to be very mindful of that. We are the stewards of the environment and we are the stewards of the look and feel of our community. And once we change it, there's no going back.
If I could just say one thing to that. So it's not as if the cat is completely out of the bag if this is rezoned to C1. That's not the case. Any commercial development across all of Severn Township is subject to site plan approval, which means that there would be a traffic impact study. There could be a subsequent environmental impact study. There will definitely be civil engineering drawings. There will probably be a landscape plan required. So it's not as though if this retained parcel is to be rezoned to C1, that it's just, that the whole thing can be cleared and anything can be built on. It is simply not the case. It is not that simple. Getting a commercial site plan approved is no small feat. People come to our office with much smaller wishes than that, and it's a significant undertaking that would, that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. In our initial inquiries, we were advised by members of the township staff that they were looking at possibly adding additional infrastructure to Green Lane. And Josh, through your comments, we heard that there would not be any changes. So I just want to clarify, is there any intention from the township to make any additions to Green Lane to accommodate the construction of these new proposed homes? Or is that miscommunication perhaps?
I think you, Madam Chair, I'll just speak to process. So the process that has undertaken thus far is that the proposed extension of Green Lane has been designed by Tatham Engineering, who are the consulting civil engineers on this file. Their design of the extension of Green Lane was a result of consultation with the township's engineering peer review firm. And so those design drawings have been submitted now to the municipality for review. So I'm not entirely sure, what you had heard, but that's from a process perspective, that's where we're at.
Perfect, thank you. I won't touch on the Green Road Association because I think those have been already commented upon. My next is also a concern over the water, and I do appreciate that a hydrogeological study has been done. I liken studies a little bit like insurance. You only need it when you need it. And a study is great, but it's not an absolute guarantee. Our residence is on a well. I'm assuming Mr. Crandall is on a well. And I do appreciate that we have to put some weight into the hydrogeological study. However, can the township or Mr. Smith provide any assurances that should our wells run dry during the construction of these 7 homes and perhaps the rezoning of the commercial lot, that there would be any sort of compensation for the homeowners that experience loss in water?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say that having worked on dozens of rural developments over the last 15 plus years, that it's uncommon, if not unusual, to for any sort of agreement to be entered into between a developer and property owners related to water. But I think what I can say is that, like, we're supposed to be using science to guide planning decisions in a way, right? Science meaning hydrogeological science, ecological science, the science behind traffic and sight lines. So I think we, as a community here, need to understand that we hire professionals to study things, and those professionals are first hired by an applicant in this case, and then the municipality receives those professional studies, and then they hire their own professionals from that same discipline to determine whether those submissions are appropriate or not. So it's not as if it's just one person, and I'm not in any way diminishing the engineer, the hydrogeologist that we've used on this file. He's excellent, and we've used him for years on many projects in Severn Township. But it's not just one person reaching a conclusion. It's one person reaching conclusions and then working with the municipality's expert in that same field to provide a level of comfort to the public and also to the decision makers. And in my experience, that is the best way and really the way to proceed.
And I appreciate all those comments, but science is still not absolute. And again, we're in a position where we do have water access being directly on the Trent Severn, but Mr. Crandall does not. And I'm just trying to protect if the studies get it wrong and we suffer loss of water. Again, we can review all the studies that we want, but it doesn't provide this essentials of water, which is each homeowner's responsibility in that area. So I'm just looking for, can there be any kind of built-in assurance that well water would be protected? Or if wells run dry, what does that look like?
I'll have to just defer the conversation to the professionals in the field. There's, I'll just leave it at that.
Sorry, just bear with me one moment. Given the comments raised today and in person and online, I appreciate that the study looked at 7 homes. 1 is currently under construction, so it would be an additional 6 new homes. Would there be any consideration to reducing the footprint, thereby lessening environmental impact, water, etc., to lower than 7 homes?
I would respectfully say through Madam Chair that that I'm in no position to negotiate on the number of lots. I believe that I believe that the documents that we've submitted in support of these applications clearly indicate that 7 lots are reasonable and achievable.
Is it the intention, if all 6 remaining homes are approved, to build them at the same time, or would each be built independently? And I ask that just because that has a significant impact on the volume of traffic on Green Lane and the lives of the residents.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to it. I'll speak with Dan about what his intentions are, but perhaps we could respond to you offline about that, Deborah.
Perfect, thank you. And I think my last question, this may be a little bit out of scope, but I think it still needs to be factored in. There are 2 empty waterfront lots that are currently owned by the church that are adjacent to Mr. and Mrs. Blackwell's property and abut Mr. Smith's currently rural but proposed commercial property. One of the considerations is if Mr. Smith, for example, was to purchase one or both of those lots, it would obviously give him waterfront access. Is it then the intention to turn those lots into commercial properties whereby perhaps a small marina would be in place, or the parking of barges, which would again impact that shoreline and directly impact the homes that are on that section of water?
Through you, Madam Chair, my recollection is that the 2 vacant lots that you're referring to, Deborah, are zoned shoreline residential, I think. They're definitely not zoned commercial. And Mr. Smith doesn't own them. Now, if we want to just speculate for the purpose of the conversation, if Mr. Smith were to acquire those lands, and if Mr. Smith wanted to do something with those lands, which was commercial in nature, then Mr. Smith would have to come back to council with a zoning bylaw amendment application, which would be circulated to members of the public, and Mr. Smith or his consultant would have to illustrate how access to those lots would be granted, which would be over a private road, which I don't think is reasonable. So again, it would be a public process, and we're just speculating right now.
Thank you. Those are all my comments.
Thank you very much. Emily?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no additional residents who registered in advance of the meeting.
Sorry. If there are any members of the public who did not get called and would like to speak, please unmute yourself now. Or for those in person, please approach the microphone, give your name and address for the minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Nancy Turner, 1717 Green Lane. My family has been on that property for almost 75 years. I've seen a lot of changes over the years to Green Lane. One of the things that I think people don't really appreciate with the access to Green Lane with increasing traffic is because it's single lane. If you run into somebody or somebody's coming in when you're going out, somebody has to back up almost the entire length. So it's not an easy road to navigate with multiple people. So, which is part of the reason why I fully support the idea of a single access off of Upper Big Chute, because the other aspect about having 4 new houses facing the extension of Green Lane is that so people's front yards would be facing that road, which opens up the landscape and the environment, which reduces the buffer for animals and whatnot. We've seen rare salamanders there. I've seen, rattlesnakes, snapping turtles, all kinds of different animals. And I just am concerned about reducing the impact of, just of how this development could impact it. the other concern I have is for the unevaluated wetland in lot 3, and that the proposed septic tank is so close to this wetland. And then there's a steep hill right next to it, which is where the proposed, building would be. And I just wonder how that unevaluated wetland would be taken into consideration, like in terms of septic and that type of thing.
Thank you for your questions, and through you, Madam Chair. I think, Nancy, you're referring to
This
one?
I'm referring to that septic being close to that wetland.
Okay.
So I can show you a picture.
Okay.
Take a picture on the walk of the dog.
And just for the public's sort of information, also for members of council, the plan that we've provided is nothing more than a concept plan, and its purpose is to illustrate that there is sufficient room for the building footprints and the septic footprints. And in fact, there's a significant amount of room on each of the 7 lots that are being proposed for building footprints and septic. So the location of the septic that you see on this, it's lot 4, the location of the septic as seen on this concept plan is easily movable. Right now it's set, I think it looks like it's about 15 meters from the unevaluated wetland, but it could easily be flipped to the other side of the dwelling, making it, 30, 40, 50 meters away. So there's so much flexibility and latitude in this concept plan that I have no doubt whatsoever that Ms. Turner's concerns could be addressed there. And I'll just also note that, for instance, like the habitat for the rattlesnake that's illustrated on our concept plan, there's a 100-meter setback proposed from that habitat. And the entirety of that setback is proposed to be rezoned to EP. Okay, so we've identified the features, our consultant has identified what appropriate setbacks are, and we're proposing to rezone not only the features, but also the setbacks to EP.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else? Is that it?
No, those were my 2 main concerns.
Thank you very much. If there are any other members who would like to speak? Sorry. Okay, now I will open it up to committee questions for clarification. Any questions? Go ahead.
Through the chair to Josh, how many wells are going to be on the property to service the 7 lots? 7 wells, 7 lots, 7 septics?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Member Minnings?
Hi, thank you. Got just a couple questions. Emily, I don't know if you can put that map up that you had before, the one that was just shown. It was a really good aerial. My question is the current lot that's being requested for made into separate lots. There are some waterfront properties, it looks like, that are between the Severn River and these current lots that are being developed. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So I understand about the proposed extension to the private road, Green Lane. My question would be how the waterfront lots would access a property if, I don't know if there's cottages there or not. I'm just wondering in the future, are these now landlocked with these, the new houses proposed to go in?
Okay, Josh or Emily?
Through you, Madam Chair. To Councillor Minnings, my recollection is that I know that there's a reference plan that applies to this subject property, and I believe that there is already parts on that reference plan that provide access to those lots. So where we have proposed to place the extension of Green Lane is in alignment with those parts on that plan. So if anything, this development would make it easier for someone to access those lots. No, there would be no rights removed of the owner of those properties as a result of this application.
Okay, thank you, because, and thanks for that explanation, because when I looked at it initially after the agenda came out, my question was, why wasn't the Green Lane extension planned to happen on the perimeter of where the yellow is, so along the back lot line, so that it could service both of those lots in the future?
Yeah, you can see Councillor Minnings, and it may be hard on your screen, but I'm happy to send you a copy of the reference plan and also this plan. But you can see, I think it's part 5 that extends northward. So that's an easement over Mr. Smith's property that extends and provides access to the property adjacent to the north. Similarly, I think it's part 7. It's hard to see with my glasses right now, but it's part 7 that extends easterly from the developed portion of Green Lane currently, which essentially ends at that first vacant shoreline lot. So it's a continuation and a reflection of those parts on a historic reference plan. And again, the rights, if any, that exist for the owner of those 2 vacant shoreline lots would not be impacted by this development.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is around Green Lane specifically. I've heard the residents who are on Green Lane speak to some of their concerns. And normally I would have taken a drive up there, but I wasn't able to last week, but I did ask. And it's my understanding that it's an unpaved cottage style road, probably gravel based and narrow. So not 2 lanes for passing. Is that correct? It's just a narrow winding road. And is that whatever the condition of the current road is that what would be planned for the additional that's proposed?
Thanks, Madam Chair, through to Councillor Binnings. That's a good question in terms of what standard the municipality will hold the developer to for the extension of Green Lane. That's basically, they're working on those final design details right now. My recollection of the last piece of that conversation I heard was that the extension of Green Lane would actually be wider than the historic portion of Green Lane.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Any other members have any questions? Go ahead, Emily. I was talking to you.
Thank you, Chair. Also, just in general, but also through to Member Minnings, the fire department has been involved in the review of this application. Mr. Morgan highlighted that the extension of Green Lane would be required to be widened. The fire department also requires a turnaround to ensure that their apparatus can get in safely and out safely. So that would be considered and contemplated as part of this review as well.
Thanks so much for that, Emily. I appreciate it. I guess I do have one further question, if I may, through the chair. My question is the current owner of the property planning to sell these as vacant lots, or is the plan to develop the homes and then sell homes that are on it? Just curious.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Minnings. Quite honestly, I'm not sure. Mr. Smith and I haven't really talked about that. The objective of the last 2 or 3 years here has been to, to get the lots approved. Mr. Smith owns a contracting company, so it wouldn't surprise me in the least if he decided to build a house or 2. But the number or all of or none of which I'm not sure right now.
Thank you.
Any other members have any comments? Okay, I just have a couple. When I hear the concern about the wells and the water and the septic, Josh, we've done it with other, subdivisions, but this is only 7. But we've done it with bigger ones, is that on title, when you buy the house, there is information, which we have done before for other ones, about how to use a well properly and how to use a septic system properly. because I think I've said it before, I had people move into my area and they're watering lawns and washing driveways and we're like, excuse me, you're on a well, you can't do this. So I think that might be a help so that, because no offense, not everybody in the world lives on a septic and a well. And basically from the city, not anybody does. The other one I was thinking about was that the C1. Basically, that would be the only thing you'd ever want to have right beside that railway, because I don't know how much closer you'd want to be near it. But you might want to look at the fact that you could limit types if you've done it. And that would be all I really wanted to. And the other one I wanted to say is, I realize that this commercial property isn't on the water, but you have to understand that contractors hire people and that's a job for people up here, and especially living up here, and my husband at one time was a contractor. You have like a period of time that you get to build and you get to work, and when they hire local people to do there, that's a boom to our area, like Coldwater, even over in Georgian Bay. So I fully support the fact that we need to have commercial areas and have contractors who build. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So Josh, when you said Severn Falls, it was one of the most contentious areas for this council for about 10 years, where we actually had to hold a public meeting because of all the things that were going on. It's quite a community. And I know there are some concerns, and I know Mr. and Mrs. Smith will do the right thing. What they're building here, and it's 7 homes, and I think it's much needed in that area, because when you go through, my cottage is just there. I go through that town twice a day. Wouldn't it be nice to see some more people there, and people that may live year round and add to the community? And I think it's just great. Anyways, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Oh, Member Taylor.
Yeah, my turn to jump in. I know the Smiths, they're a very reputable company, and I support the proposal. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm on my way. If there are no further comments, I declare that the public meeting on this proposal is closed. Madam Clerk, could we have a motion, please?
Yes, thank you. The motion reads that planning report P25-021 dated May 21st, 2025, with respect to official plan OPA 24-04 and zoning bylaw amendment D2402, applications for 5719 Upper Big Shore Road be received as information, and that township staff be directed to prepare a recommendation report for committee's consideration at a future meeting, taking into account any additional submissions from the Planning and Development Committee, members of the public, circulated agencies, and township departments and peer review consultants.
Thank you very much. May I have a mover, please? Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much for taking time out of your day and coming and giving the comments. Okay, welcome everyone. We are now on item D, consent agenda. Anyone have anything they would like to pull? I do. Sorry. D 2.2, please. Okay, I guess we need a motion for approval of the regular agenda.
Yes, so the motion reads that the agenda be adopted, including consent items with the exception of item D 2.2.
Mover, please. Moved by member Taylor, second by member Burkett. All in favor? Thank you. Now we're moving on to reports from officials. F.1, Planning Report, Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act.
Thank you, Chair Cox. So this report outlines, as you've noted, Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act, which was introduced on April 17th. The bill proposes changes to both existing legislation as well as new legislation, including matters specifically related to development approvals. So in summary, just at a very high level related to development approvals, there are proposed changes to the Endangered Species Act, as well as a new Species Conservation Act that would replace permitting requirements, which are typically back-ended approaches to approvals, with a more registration-first approach or a front-ending approach. A new Special Economic Zones Act, which has the potential to introduce special economic zones in specific geographic areas where projects would be exempt from provincial legislation, regulations, as well as municipal bylaws. There are also proposed amendments to the Ontario Heritage Act, which would streamline archaeological assessments and artifact protections, and in some cases could potentially exempt projects from the requirements of doing an archaeological assessment altogether, projects such as transit, housing, and long-term care. So given Severn's areas of natural and scientific interest, or ANSIs, are wetlands, including provincially significant wetlands, given that our township is over 50% covered in woodlands and habitat of threatened endangered species, and finally, known archaeological significance, interest, and potential within this area. That is why this report was brought forward to make committee aware. And also this report is to be read in conjunction with item G2 on the agenda, the report prepared by Councillor Brennan. Thank you.
Are there any members who have any questions or concerns? Is there no one? Guess I get to speak. Through the chair to Director Andrea, can you sort of give an overview on your concerns on this? Like some major areas, like you covered them in here, but I just wonder, like, what does it mean? Like if we had a public meeting today and this registration, does that mean that they just register that they think there's something there and then they get to build? Like I know it's not very clear. Sorry, but I just need some clarification on a couple of things.
Thank you, Chair Cox, for your questions. Certainly, it's very early days, and the bill, as we understand it from the research that Mr. Oster and I have undertaken, that the bill is only at second reading and referred to standing committee. Some of the concerns that we've outlined in the report are given our local context, given the natural heritage features that we have and the archaeological significance, and balancing good planning in light of Severn, but understanding the need for housing. So it's a very difficult balance. You want to do things responsibly while at the same time providing housing. So it's certainly, you know, the main
issues that we've pointed out are, the species at risk, front ending that approach by registering as opposed to permitting at the end of the process, the special economic zones where you'd be exempt, including from municipal bylaws, that sort of thing. So it's getting that housing there, but how do we do it? How do we still do it responsibly, especially given Severn's local context?
Yeah, and I don't know how many people watch, but I just want people to understand that they need to look into this because it's pushing things through without following any type of order or studies if they want to. It seems that housing has, and I understand that we need houses, but I'll be honest, I understand how we need houses and I see why I can get in some areas why they're doing it. And this may not even ever happen to us. But what bothers me is that we can do this in special economic zones. We cannot worry about habitat. But a person who owns 50 acres in rural Severn can't sever a lot and put a house on it. And that's building homes. And they don't understand it. They're not listening to our concerns of farmers who may want to retire. Some of them can, some of them can't, depends on the zoning. But that's not anything that's been promoted is infill lots or anything in a rural area. Like I see a lot of this going towards, no offense, big developments more so in a city area. And I don't like it. It's not that it's any better, but they're not listening to us to say, here's how we could provide some more homes if you would just open this up and let us decide if that is a good area to build or if it's not prime agricultural or something. And there's where I feel very frustrated. And I don't know if that's something we can nicely put in anything we send in, but that's a frustration for, I have many residents come to me and say, I want to sever a lot and I have my son, that's affordable housing. He doesn't have to go buy a lot.
Thank you, Chair Cox. In response to your comments, although the ERO posting on Bill 5 has closed as of May 17th, we have proposed a draft letter outline, as you may have seen in the attachment to the report. It does indicate that we have had other priorities at the township given our state of emergency and the ice storm. So if we still would like to submit comments, although the deadline has passed, we could certainly still do that, given our ice storm circumstances and our local concerns.
I believe that's the right way. Okay, Member Burkett, then Member Brennan. Okay, Member Brennan.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Through the chair, just want to highlight that this is not just about housing. This is any infrastructure so deemed by the government. Anything. Let's be clear about that. So it's energy, it's transit, it's healthcare, which are specifically mentioned in your report. This allows anything. Let's be clear, because this is not just about housing. I just want to point that out.
Anyone else have any concerns or questions? Madam CAO.
I was just going to suggest procedurally, I think I would bring up Councillor Brennan's new business and the one you pulled, because it's really the same thing. And I think you need to get to a consensus so that we can send the letter that Andrea has started to fill out, because it's all the same topic. And
okay, let's go to G.2, report from Member Brennan on the impacts of Bill 5.
All right. I'll keep this to the 5 minutes the mayor has asked me to keep it to. So being a nice guy that I am. So in essence, what I seek in this motion is that this council requests that the bill be withdrawn and reconsidered. And I've outlined a number of things on there. I'm not going to read everything here, but there's just a few things I do want to highlight. Leave the First Nations thing alone. They can speak for themselves, and they have been, if anyone's paying attention to the news. I gave the example of the hospital, but today it struck me that a better example was our discussions today. So we made a whole slew of commitments on Live there today about what studies we're going to do, and this and that and the other. The list was quite long. We did the same for the presentation on Silver Spring Estates and the Mark Rich homes, basically the Orsi properties. same thing. Oh, we're going to be studying this, we're going to be studying that. You can throw all that in the trash bin. Any decision that we have, and throw it in the trash bin. You could be in a position tomorrow to have absolutely no say whatsoever, be it endangered species, be it archaeological things, and so forth. So keep in mind, that's a lot to be, I mean, maybe we don't want to make those tough decisions, but I'd like to think this council would want to do what it's elected to do. All that could be taken away from you like that. So, you know, when we're talking about this kind of a bill, it's a very potent tool. So, the other one thing that I want to mention is when the government gets to pick whoever they like or deem desirable, that's how you get Greenbelt. That's how you get spas. We already know what happens without this kind of power. With this kind of power, the lobbying is going to be beyond belief. And I looked into a few things where this was an issue. And the best example for me that I found was the Charbonneau Commission's report was started in 2011. It was completed in 2015. They made not one, but 60 recommendations. A lot of this was around a hospital, ironically, that was built in Montreal. And it was about SNC-Lavalin not winning the bid, about shenanigans going on around bids. At the end of the day, to me, the most important decision that this committee made, and which I would love to see the province consider some of these things, was that if you're going to control costs, protect taxpayers, get things done on time, you need to have an independent authority to oversee the contracts. That's how you keep the costs down and the project on board. Also, I've noted here, I recommend the book if you ever get a chance. There's a fabulous book by experts on how to get things done and to get them done properly. For instance, the Montreal Olympics was 720% over cost. Most nuclear things are over 200% over cost. Almost all of these things are never done anywhere on the timelines proposed. And yet there's tons of examples of mega projects done across the world by these few firms that do things like build hospitals, where they do get it done on time and within cost. And they do not do it by simply giving it in to someone you like. In essence, they do it by doing the opposite: competitive bidding, transparency. They look realistically at costs, because any cost estimate you see on projects, like for instance, the cost of building a tunnel under the 401, these are a joke. These are, as this book says, that political estimates of costs, they're not meant to be accurate. They're meant to sell the project. And, you know, this is why we spend a fortune on things like Olympics and things like that. You need an independent oversight for these projects. And then these projects get done. They got done well, and the taxpayers protected, and the goals are achieved. So this bill does nothing but go the other way and makes the lobbying situation worse. And if there was a record that this wasn't an issue in Ontario, I'd be a little more comfortable, but the record is quite the opposite. The director's report referred to the environmental thing. The one thing that I did want to point out is that in this new legislation, there's no need to worry about endangered species. I talked about the TC Consulting, but they limit the area for these endangered species to basically the denning area. If you did that with virtually all species out there, they would be extinct in no time. You know, a bear has got to have way more than its denning area. Unfortunately, that's not an example but you know what I'm getting at. So I'm not going to belabor that. This is terrible legislation from a biodiversity and a species protection point of view. And again, there's no indication that these things are causing significant slowdowns in large developments. It's just something you need to deal with effectively. Energy policy is another one. We are emerging now into a world, certainly the First Nations are going to probably go there faster than us, where in essence, people will be on individual energy pods. That's what they're going to do. And that's how the First Nations are going to get off diesel. And a lot of these products, because we have been so lax in Canada and the United States, except maybe for some of the efforts by the Biden administration in the last 2 years, but a lot of the products that are available to us to bend the emissions curve are made in countries like China. And this bill basically says, oh, well, we'll stop stuff coming from China. No, we're going to buy American stuff. That's how we're going to protect Canadian sovereignty. It doesn't make any sense. So I just wanted to highlight those things. So if they want to do a bill, like a Bill 5, I would love to see them do something that will move things forward. But this bill doesn't do it. It's bad for us. It's bad for our democracy. It's just got too many flaws. And my request to this council is that we approach our provincial government and say, look, can you withdraw this? Let's rethink this. Let's come up with something that actually is going to work and move this province ahead and move our municipal growth ahead. And I think there's just so many good ways to deal with this. This bill doesn't reflect those. That's my thought.
Any comments?
Thank you. Thank you to you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Member Brennan. What if we had a combination of what Ms. Woodrow has written and we add some of your comments in? Like it's quite a lengthy and it all has merit, but I don't believe they're going to listen to us. They're not going to, like, those are just my feelings. They don't care. Like they, as you see, they basically do whatever they want to do, right?
No,
and I have to respect what I can't fight them on my own. And you know, AMO is going to draft something, and I'm curious now what they're going to come up with. Like we'd have more clout going through AMO, I think, and voicing our concerns. Happy to send a letter, but I think we need to make it smaller and hit some of the key points.
I would have preferred talking to our MPP but anyway, if you're uncomfortable with that, as far as I'm concerned, anything that expresses an appropriate level of concern about the changing this bill is better than nothing. So if you're uncomfortable with meeting with the MPP, I could see going that other route. We can't operate on the basis that the province doesn't listen to us. And my big concern with AMO's initial statement is that if you read it, and I noted it in my report, they approach it like, oh, we appreciate the good things in it. I don't know where they came to those lines because there's nothing there that even indicates that. So I get disappointed with AMO sometimes on things like this, particularly on things like energy policy. I mean, it's obvious who influences them. You just have to go to their annual conference and there it is, Enbridge, and there it is, Bruce Power. You don't think that's a huge influence on them? It's a major influence on them. I've asked them on a few occasions to try to get in some of the small energy people. So AMO's great. Most of the time, I'm really, really proud of what they do for us. But I worry that AMO is just trying too hard to please. And if we all try too hard to please, where are we going to be?
Through you, Madam Chair. So I'm happy to speak to our MPP, but you know what? I don't think she listens to me. Honestly, don't. I'm going to tell you publicly. I can tell you, I asked her when the premier was coming. She said to me she didn't know. I showed up, or actually, I won't say who told me that the premier was coming. I showed up. She said to me, "Oh, you made it." So how do I address that? I don't like. It's just really unfortunate that her job is to represent us, and I have the utmost respect for her. And you know what? The delegations that we had at AMO, she never showed up with us. Not last year, the year before. She said she was coming. I saw her in the lobby, asked her if she would be there. She did not. We walk out, there she was with the next one. So, I'm happy to even meet with Mr. or Premier if you want, but he's not going to listen. It's just unfortunate.
But she's a good professional politician. Like, and I'm sure she's got restrictions, though anyone in a political party does. That's why I'm not in one. But yeah, I mean, again, you're uncomfortable. But it's just that I would, when it comes to talking to our MPP, I like to think we can stay on the high road because, so that's all.
Any other comments? Go ahead. Member Minnings, then Member McIntyre.
Thanks, through the chair. Didn't know what you meant by go ahead. So just again, I'm all for sending a letter, and I'm for what's in the staff report is that template letter that's been provided. What I'm really struggling with, and I've mentioned it before last meeting, is the criticism to the other levels of government and now naming an MPP. I don't believe it's reflective of our municipal council, and I just have a hard time with that being put forward. We do have options, and regardless of the players at the table, I'm just worried about where we're setting ourselves up publicly through these videos of our meetings with criticism at the federal government, the provincial government, and now VAMO. I don't want any part of it, and I don't know how we can stop having these brought forward. I think they're going to do us a big disservice. Thank you.
Okay, Member McIntyre.
Thank you, through the chair. The letter we're going to write, if we write a letter, would be directed, I imagine, at Minister Lecce. I think with some sway from Chief Fiddler, maybe endorsing our letter, or we endorsing theirs, might have a little more sway than just us sending a letter to say how. Imagine there's a number of municipalities in Ontario that are going to send letters of discontent to the minister, but we need to get through them somehow in even the slightest way. Do you think that Grand Chief Fiddler and his group endorsing us, or we endorse, is there some kind of a connection we could make with them so that it comes from us and it comes from them and others? I mean, I think like Member Burkett says, it falls on deaf ears, and we're writing a letter and thank you very much, but it just goes in file 13. We got to figure a way to get to them somehow with our discontent over this Bill 5. It's terrible legislation, and I don't think it should be. We should just sit back, but I don't know how we're going to get to them.
Member Brennan.
Yeah, I just need to address Councillor Menning's issue. Nobody called out Jill Dunlop here today. Nobody. What I said was, let's talk to her. There was no criticism of Jill Dunlop. I've already said it over and over again. I think she's a good professional. What the criticism is, and I need to remind you, is we live in a democracy so far. Criticizing provincial policy is something we do on a regular basis as a municipal council, and less so with federal government, but it happens. We do have a Federation of Canadian Municipalities that deals with federal issues. So nobody is, I think Jill Dunlop would be a great person to anytime I've talked to her, I think she's wonderful. So nobody's calling Jill Dunlop out at all. What I called out here was a really bad policy. And let me remind you, because I'm an ex-civil servant myself, if you're uncomfortable with criticism, you can recluse yourself from anything that affects you as a civil servant. So, you don't need to worry about what Phil Brennan says. You can just worry about what you say, and you can recluse yourself. That's how you deal with that issue that you're so uncomfortable with. Anyway, that's all.
Burkett.
Madam Chair, is there staff's letter that they'd like to write? Now, can we add some of the points that Member Brennan has within it? Is there something that we can come up with? that, and it can't be lengthy because they won't read something lengthy. Is there something that we can somehow?
Okay. Madam CEO.
Thank you. Absolutely, through the chair, I think between Andrea and I, we are the souls of diplomacy, and we can write our concerns without breathing fire, which is, I think, the point of contention here. I know one end wants to breathe fire and the other end doesn't. Somewhere in the middle, I think I brought you a letter last week that I took that tone. I'm sure Andrea and I, we've heard the concerns, and we're very mindful of them. So we can do something like that.
And I think if you look at the Shelburne motion.
Yep.
there's some
Yep.
statements that go there. Let's get a motion for F1. Oh, okay, she's working on it.
One moment to those online. Allison is working on a motion.
So a proposed motion reads as follows. So that planning report P25-023 dated May 21st, 2025, with respect to Bill 5, Protecting Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act and an associated ERO posting number 25-0380, 25-0391, and 25-0418 be received, and that staff be directed to make an ERO submission utilizing the format of the draft letter included as attachment 1 to planning report P25-023, including aspects of member Brennan's report and the resolution from the Township of Shelburne, and further that staff be directed to submit the comments immediately.
Thank you very much. So that covers us with all those okay. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Member Brennan, seconded by Member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. Does anyone have anything they'd like to say about the annual conference delegations? Thank you, ma'am. CEO?
I am not sure what council's thinking, but I just wanted to let you know that Oro has been pitching that Oro, Severn, and Orillia do a delegation to Minister Flack to talk about municipal disaster relief funding. So I'm assuming that council wishes to participate with that. And I've said you would if they make a request. Oro, I think, was the hardest hit, so they are leading that. But I had said I am quite sure my council is happy to do a joint delegation on that particular topic. So I'm not sure what else you were thinking, but I just wanted to let you know that piece. Probably would have been good if I'd told Allison that yesterday. I can see her typing.
Anyone else?
My bad.
Member McIntyre.
Just a question to the CAO through the chair. Is RMPP Dunlop not the disasters minister now?
Through the chair, yes, she is the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, but the Municipal Disaster Recovery Fund is under the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And as I noted when I emailed you yesterday, I took an opportunity at my conference to chat with the ADM responsible for that. So he knows it's coming for sure, but no, our representative is not in charge of the funding piece.
Okay, so I guess, is there anyone that anyone here would like to have a delegation with, noting that what was sent out, that wonderful background you gave us, Madam CAO, that we follow that? Is there anyone who has a minister they'd like to see? Member McIntyre.
Just a thought, the CAO and I discussed it at lunch, but do you think it's worthless to go and see Minister of Sport again to get some kind of a handout from, or at least some kind of support for West Shore?
Go ahead.
Well, what I understood from the presentation that I listened to, they may or may not grant us another audience because we've been at least twice, maybe three times before. And last time we were specifically told not to ask for funding because there wasn't any funding open, but we asked for funding anyways. So I suspect we wouldn't be high on the list. Yeah, so I mean, never say never, but the ADM was most helpful on his tips and said, come with new and novel things that are tied to the province for provincial priorities, and their priorities are housing. So if you want to talk about money, then perhaps you want to talk to the Minister of Infrastructure. And I'm just throwing one out there, but in our last letter that we sent about, I'm losing track about the bills, but I think it was Bill 5, we said, it was whatever the strong mayor was, our letter said, our council is not slowing up development. Our lack of capacity is slowing up development. So please give us some infrastructure money. You know, if we could upgrade the cold water and the West Shore plant, we could have developed shovels in the ground tomorrow, but we can't fund that. So I'm just, I think that would be more useful, might get more traction because the pitch is, we want to help you build houses. We want to be your partner. We don't have infrastructure, and we understand it's going to the bigger communities, but if you want to spread it out, give us some infrastructure dollars and we will help you build your homes.
Okay, so I agree with you on that. And when we think of the West Shore Community Center, would it be a roundabout way to pitch it to someone that, considering the disasters we've had in the climate plan, we have no place for any of our residents to go to in the north end of our township for emergency. We have no place. We don't. Like, I mean, if West Shore had stayed down any longer, where would we have taken them? We have nothing for we have Washago Community Center. But I know, but I'm just saying, we could stump them in there. But we've got one for our township, and the size of our township, and the fact that we have been on the edge of a big one, and the fact that we've had 2 or 3 here, I didn't know if that might be something that we would go to the emergency preparedness minister about.
I actually love that idea. If you want to talk about West Shore, that is the way, I hadn't thought of that, but that is the way in to our own minister, who is the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. And that's the angle. That's a great angle. I hadn't thought about that. So, but it's timely, very timely, right? So good job.
So we could do 2 then. Ask for 2, one for the one that you're talking about, the infrastructure money, and then oral, and one with Minister Dunlop.
Sure. A motion is being crafted. One moment, please.
Okay, so proposed motion reads that the Township of Severn submit delegation requests on the following: Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, disaster relief funding with the Townships of Huronne-Wendat, and I think it was the Township of Romero or City of Orillia. Both?
I
Okay.
only said one, but
Okay, give me a second. Townships.
picking up their bags.
City of Orillia, and that a second delegation be submitted for the Ministry of Emergency Preparedness, and I can't remember the second part of that. I'll fix it. Need with respect to the need for an emergency evacuation reception center in Severn, with the proposed new facility being the West Shore Community Center.
Again, I thought we were going, should we go to the ministry with the infrastructure about the fact that we've applied and we have a place where we could do affordable housing, but we need to have the money to increase our plant so we could provide that for seniors?
Yes. Well, one, we're not asking for it. We can we leave which minister open? Because the other tip that I got at my seminar was talk to your regional advisor. So I don't know, is it the Minister of Infrastructure? Is it the Minister of Municipal Affairs? Like where would be the best ask for that? And I don't know what the answer is, but
Ministry, Emergency Preparedness or Infrastructure. And then you can.
no,
pick which one.
sorry. They're talking two different things. They want to do a delegation on.
I got the one I'm watching.
Right. So the other one is not emergency preparedness. It might be MMAH or it might be Ministry of Infrastructure. Maybe you just read it wrong.
Disaster relief funding?
Why don't
No.
we let,
Okay, so
why don't we let staff?
read it out again? I think I know where. So, okay, so the first one is for the Ministry of Municipal. It's for the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing respecting disaster relief funding with the townships of Huronne-Wendat and Romera and the city of Orillia. And the second one is to the Ministry of Emergency Preparedness or Infrastructure respecting the need for emergency evacuation reception center with related funding for the proposed with respect to the proposed new facility at West Shore.
The infrastructure we're talking about, Madam Clerk, is flushing to water and sewer.
Yes, the second
So
one
you've got
is,
three now.
yes, three. The second one is just with MPP Dunlop on the West Shore for our emergency shelter. The third one is either MMAH or the Minister of Infrastructure for servicing capacity.
And they got to fund the big.
Yes.
You're up to three.
Yes, we are. Well, are up to three, but Orwa's going to ask for one of them. So we're really only asking for two.
Respecting servicing capacity. Capacity and funding, infrastructure funding.
Yeah. Sorry, we're throwing a lot of things at the clerk on the last minute. It's been a long day, so give her a moment.
Okay, so I will reread the motion. So council as a whole knows where we're going. That the Township of Severn submit delegation requests on the following. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for expecting disaster relief funding with the Townships of Huronne-Wendat, Township of Romera, and City of Orillia. Ministry of Emergency Preparedness regarding the need for emergency evacuation and reception center with proposed new facility being the West Shore Community Center. And Ministry of Infrastructure or Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing respecting servicing capacity and infrastructure funding. Okay.
You have a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member Burkett, second by Member Taylor. Thank you. All in favor? Okay, and now we need adjournment. Thank you.
This meeting be adjourned at 1:38 p.m.
Mover and second, moved by Member Burkett, second by Member Brennan. All in favor? Carried.